23123. Hello, hello, hello. I am Michael D. Nicola, your most magnanimous illustrative host. Welcome or welcome back. Hang on, let me fix this camera. There we go. That's more centered on my big stupid face. Howdy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, or re-acquaintance if you've been here before. As always, I like to start off the top of the stream by showing you guys what kind of shenanigans I got into in the previous broadcast. Well, you know what? I'm already hot. Let's see how long I keep the flannel on today. I have my coffee at hand. What you're watching is I decided to draw a lady sitting atop a snake. And since she's sitting atop a snake, well, perhaps she should be holding a wand. And, well, this is me trying to figure out the pose and all that, and then inevitably start figuring out the inks. You know what? I'll skip a little bit ahead. I decided that a lady sitting atop a snake with a wand in her hand would perhaps work best if she were of House Slytherin. So I sketched a House Slytherin gal with the magical powers and whatnot, with a cool yellow snake behind her. And because yellow and greens are kind of the Slytherin colors, that's the palette I stuck to. And ta-da! Bob's your uncle. There she is. This was a bit of a pain in the neck because I'm not much of a colorist, friends. I don't like to color. It's one of my least favorite things to do in art, next to drawing horses and drawing large bodies of water. And you know what? Chalk up to large groups of people as well as things I don't like drawing lots of. For some reason, and I've said this before, for some reason in my brain, art that's black and white, purely, just solely black and white art, it just looks right to my brain. However, I'm not so close-minded that I don't see the merit in coloring art. When the art is made with coloring in mind, specifically, like this I made with color in mind. There are pieces that I make that specifically where color was not even something I considered. I always imagined the piece would hold up solely in black and white, on its own 2 feet. This piece I specifically knew I was going to color, so I just wanted to see how it would feel. And yes, I do think, reluctantly perhaps, that the piece looks better. The piece looks better than it would if there was no color in it. I did something interesting interesting for me rather. I did something interesting with the snake. So the snake, actually, unlike the woman, you know what? Let me see if I can show you guys. So that's just the flats, but let me get rid of that. So this woman was sketched. You can see her inks right here. These are her inks. They're very clean. Well, a little hard to see since the background is so dark, but yes, this is the lady. The snake, on the other hand, got no such treatment. The snake is all one layer. And I didn't ink it at all. Like, I didn't ink it into the traditional sense. Those marks that you see there, those are just rough, really rough. They're actually brush strokes. So for the snake itself, I didn't use, and you could actually compare and contrast. You see the lines on her body? You see on the lines the marks that I made on her body, for her body rather. They're single line weight. The same way you would a micron pen make. it's like a steady single from where the line starts to where the line ends. The line weight stays exactly the same. That is not the case at all with the snake. The snake's lines are erratic and deep and kind of all over the place, and they taper off, and they're scratchy and rough and textured, right? Like that's a single brush stroke right there. So yes, it was kind of fun doing both styles in a singular piece, and I think what it does is the two shape languages I think merge together well, whereas like I said, when her line weight is very stiff and solid, and this one's very organic and flowing. And I think they both work together well in what they are, right? It might even actually kind of inform the character themselves, right? She might be stiff and solid and uncompromising, much like the lines I used, and the snake itself might be very organic and bendy and weavy and textured and brushy. Anyway, just some food for thought for my fellow illustrators out there, in case anybody was curious and stumbled upon this video and thought, maybe I can learn a thing or two from this dickhead. She does look a little like a doll in that pose. Yes, an evil doll. Up to no good. Did we always have this tablet cam? No, I added this tablet cam specifically. It's more for me than it is for you, Banzi. Allow me to show you, Banzi. Dear Banzi. Oh, dearest Banzi, come closer. Come close. Let me show you. Let me show you. One more time. No, here, check this out, Banzi. Banzi, you slick dick motherfucker. So, the webcam is recording at all times, baby. You thick-necked Brazilian baby. So, I'm actually recording my webcam, but without the rest of the stream, I'm recording the webcam by itself. Every stream, you know, this one, you know, however this stream was about, oh my god, 5 hours. So this 5-hour stream, for the entire 5 hours, the whole webcam. And what it is the reason why I record my web via the webcam is I want to record myself making these lines. So like eventually turn this into a YouTube video, or because if I'm explaining to you technique, you know, if I'm showing you how I draw something, or look how I use, for example, how I just use the warp tool to kind of bend his hand to make his hand seem more cylindrical, to give the effect that, again, what is drawing like this, right? You're drawing on a two-dimensional, well, digital image, and you're trying to convey 3 dimensions. So what you just saw me using the warp tool there was to help convince you that this character exists in a 3-dimensional space. Matter of fact, the lines that I'm adding to the interior of his armor is doing the same thing. I want you to believe that his head is inset inside deep within his armor, and his armor goes way far down to give them the illusion that he's much bigger than he is. But really, this is a mech suit that he's wearing. He's actually a very skinny, frail person inside of a big mech suit. Anyway, it's a lot easier to show you guys rather than just tell you. So I thought, you know what? Let me just record myself working, and then I could use this for future YouTube videos, for future TikTok videos, for future Instagram videos, whatever it might be. Patreon content. I could actually take you through here's the deal. When I'm on stream with you guys and I'm hanging out and I'm talking shit and having fun, for the most part, I'm not describing my art process. I'm just having fun with my friends. This is primarily what we do here. God damn it, I gotta take this fucking flannel off. I'm hot. Get out of here, flannel. So, as I was saying, when I'm on here with you guys and we're partying and we're making jokes and I'm talking about how, I'm talking about how in Brazil it's okay to spit in another man's asshole. Fuck, I couldn't even get that out straight. When I'm talking shit on here, I'm drawing the whole time practically, more or less, right? Some days more so than others, but I'm drawing and we're shooting the shit and we're being ridiculous, but I'm not talking about anything that I'm generally drawing. I just kind of draw it off the top, not off the top of my head, but subconsciously. And the thing about it is, I've been drawing for so long now, I do things subconsciously that I've trained myself to do, kind of like how when you first started learning how to drive. When I first started learning how to drive, I was just like, I couldn't listen to music, I couldn't have conversation. I was like, both hands were fucking white knuckling the wheel. I was like, I'm checking multiple mirrors, man. Like, I'm being super careful. And then eventually, as the years go on, you could turn the music on, you could turn the radio on, you could have a conversation with somebody, you could, make a phone call. I mean, you should keep those things to a bare minimum. But generally speaking, you do these things without veering off the side of the road. It's very similar to that here on the stream when I'm drawing. When I'm drawing, I'm doing all this stuff off the top of my head. Like here, I was just showing the replay of this. Me doing this stuff on, thank you. Oh, hello, YouTube friend. Me doing this stuff, even this, right? Which I did on my own here, which is, I was showing you guys why I decided to make her body this way. And I was showing you the through lines that help guide your eye up to her, and how I was going to position the snake wrapped around her body, but really use every line that I could in the image to make your eye move up. Up as if you're climbing the mountain of these lines to get to her face, which was the focal point of the art. Oops. But I did all this stuff subconsciously. I didn't talk about it. I didn't write it down to do. This is just something I do because it's something I'd learned to do. And I've done it enough that I could talk about weeping. I could talk about weeping booty holes while drawing this stuff and inking this stuff, and it doesn't even really register. So what I've did is, yes, I've decided to record everything that happens in this webcam so that I can go back after all is said and done. I can go back and actually explain my process, which is what I just did with Bansi right now. Yeah, and I even made some changes. So originally, first I put her up so she was sitting upright more, and she did look more dollish. And then I only had her, I had one of her legs kind of covered by the snake, and I thought, let's just place her gently on top of the snake. And then, yes, and then I drew the snake all in one line, one layer, and then I went back and added some shadows, added some saturation. Oh, here's a little tip for you nubs out there, for anybody who's drawing or anybody who's digitally painting and coloring. The color saturation, this is a general rule of thumb that I've seen broken, but generally speaking, as the color gets closer to the light, the more saturated it doesn't become just more bright, it becomes more saturated as well. You could take it to an extreme, but if you look, the golden yellow hue of the snake towards the brightest part of the image is almost a completely different color than at the darker. If the saturation at the bottom part of his tail here, that's mostly in the shadows, was the same bright, very saturated, vibrant glow of his top part, it would look weird. You might not think it, but it would definitely look weird. And also the thing is, you could also use the color the same way as I decided to use the various lines throughout her body to draw your eye, as well as the snake's line. If you follow my finger here, all these lines are meant to have your eye drawn from, even if you follow if you follow both her arms from the wand, her two legs, the shape of the snake itself, it's all leading you to her face and the snake's head. That was very deliberate. Right to her titties. Now what I'm also using is I'm using the shadows.
Beautiful titties.
I'm using the shadows and the light to do the exact same thing. So if you notice, the bottom, very dark, very desaturated. And the top is at the top where you get all the action. It's you know, you get the rim lighting, you get that vibrant, bright goldenrod yellow. You get her eyes. So there's a lot happening here, which is where I'm trying to point you. But I also want to tell a little bit of a story, and I want to show you the whole pose. So yes, that has been your free lesson in art stuff, in art junk, by yours truly, me, Mr. Mikey D. I'll be here all week. Welcome or welcome back, friends.
Now, Michael radiates a very strong sexual energy.
That's me, Mr. Sexy Energy. That's what they say. That's what no one has ever said ever. You know what? There is a clip of somebody talking about spitting in another man's asshole that I've been meaning to grab. There was actually 2 clips. There was another clip I wanted to do. I just typed it in. Oh God, man! Man, the second I type in "spit and asshole," all this is porno. But that's not what I want to see. I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that, baby. I'm looking for... Yeah, here we go. I might need 2 Oaks help. What's up, Vand? No, listen, I saw a clip the other day. Whoa, YouTube is not letting me pull this up. Oh, I wonder why. No, come on, YouTube. Stop being a dickhead. Here we go. It's a 3-minute clip.
Welcome to Same Spit Different Face Podcast, where my opinions is facts, and if you don't like my opinions, you can start your own podcast. And this
Damn, man, where's the... Oh, wait, hang on. Here, oh wait, here, I think we got it.
if his music don't pop, he can just be a personality, man, because he's so entertaining.
Yo, Van, what's going on, baby? That reminds me when I was looking for a Zookeeper costume for Halloween at Google Zoo Fantasy. Not Zoo Fantasy. Okay, I think I found it. I think this is the clip. Now, this is exactly why I'll never go to jail.
Walk for your ass with that bitch. What? Move right now. Spray the bitch in your face. You don't want this shit. You getting robbed.
Wait. So you telling me they make guns?
Glock dookies.
AK-47.
Glock.
No, I think it's before the Glock Dookie.
So you lose, you get sentenced to 3 years,
Yeah.
and then
Alright.
you go to prison.
Okay.
Do this fool ass prison.
Okay, well, where's the prison at?
I went to fucking Stateville
Which is where?
in Chicago. It's in Illinois. It's in Joliet.
Okay, well, at least it's relatively. But you're coming in.
But
not
first
as
I went from the county though, man. You want to boss it? What? You don't know. Loose Glock dookie, rob you. Glock shit. Glock dookie.
What's the switch? So you could they actually.
Just get a bigger tube. Though you would like it's like you got a chuck, so you would be on chuck. Nigga walk off. Like you caught that bitch in your face. Like you finna.
All right. Maybe I should describe to you what a Glock Dookie is. So what inmates will do is they'll somehow manage to get duty, a person's doo-doo. I'm talking about caca doo-doo. They put that and cum and piss. Imagine that, right? Imagine if somebody Banzi, imagine if you went over to somebody's house. You're at a house party, and somebody's like, yo, that guy, yo, stay away from that guy. He's got a Glock dookie. And you're like, what? And it's like shit, piss, cum, all inside of a tube. And what they'll do is, Banzi,
Dude, I'm getting out of here.
Banzi, they'll roll up on you when you're in jail, and they'll hold this up. They'll hold you up at Glock dookie point and say, yo, give me your shit. Run your shit. Or otherwise, you're going to get this in your face. I'm going to spray this all over you. I mean, what are you going to do, right? Are you going to get hosed down with this stuff? So yes, so that's what that is.
I'm gonna get shit nut. You. And for all this was going, man, get that shit up, bitch. I'm gonna get that shit up right now.
Take too long, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, what? I'm gonna spray you with that bitch. You dead like you dead for real, motherfucker.
See? Spray you down with it. Spray you down with Glock dookie, man.
That's not.
Motherfucker.
Do I gotta do it? Still getting savage life. Fuckers wanna have a savage life.
What savage life?
But this was going on in Chicago, Cook County Jail. They will knock you the fuck out.
Knock you out.
Knock you out
When you
cold.
hit that ground,
Yeah.
you will hear this.
Get that butt!
They said that in unison, by the way. Get that butt. Maybe Tua, maybe get that butt. Maybe get that butt is a clip. Let's listen to that one more time.
Up on that, get that. You will hear this.
Get that butt!
I think that's a clip. All right.
Motherfucker gets that. Nah, the nigga that's fighting that be get the butt. Motherfucker gone. Pull your pants down.
Pull your pants down.
Pull your drawers down.
Put your drawers down.
Open up your ass.
Open
and
up your
spit
ass.
in your ass.
And spit in your ass.
Your ass a bitch. up in
6
here.
people line up
It'll
to
be
come
niggas
spit in
that
your
gonna
ass.
spit.
6 people will come and line up to spit in your ass. Anyway, there's a sound clip. There's a spit in your ass and a get that butt sound clip in there.
Niggas will spit in your ass. A nigga will grab a motherfucking soap.
You got
Choke your ass out, nigga.
6
Nigga,
different
you got
saliva.
killed in this bitch. Your ass a bitch. Not in the whole jail and no. It's going around. Man, folks got this ass spit in.
Disclaimer. We
Niggas will
wasn't
put
doing that.
ketchup,
I wasn't doing that.
mustard in your ass.
I wasn't
Niggas
involved
will
in that
motherfucking
shit.
eat fla-
All right, good to know. Here, listen. All right. I'm gonna share this in the I'm gonna share this in the Discord, and this is gonna be for myself for later. This is a treat for later for me to clip. I'm gonna put this in the clip section. That's right, Van. All while the guards watch. While the guards watch 6 dudes run up, spread your butt cheeks, and spit in your butthole. Now in Brazil, you got to pay for that kind of treatment, Banzi. Banji, how much would that set you back? How much? Yeah, how bad would that set back a gringo if I want a beautiful Brazilian woman to spit in my butthole? $20. $20 American? I could do that. 20 euros? 20 pounds? 20 Brazilian? How much is that? How much is that in American pesos? Let's see. No, get out of here, Banzi. $4.50 American for somebody to spit in my butthole. Banzi, that's out of control. That's wild, man. Well, I know where I'm going for Christmas. All right. All right, let's do this, gang. Come on now. Come on now. I've been goofing off with you guys for almost 25 minutes, or 25 minutes exactly. We should actually get some drawing in. I think it would be best for us to get some drawing in. I think I told you that you could get a high class for $50 an hour. American dollars? That's wild, man. Dude, I don't think I could ever get... Dude, I don't think I could ever go to a prostitute, man. I'm too much of a germaphobe, man. Like, even wearing condoms and all that, I'd still be freaked out that I'd catch something, dude. It's like losing your virginity. Okay. You have all these preconceived notions until you do it. Well, tell me about it, Banty. Well, because listen, I'm not like shaming it or anything. I've known a few guys to actually go to the cat houses, you know. Dude, I know one guy who had I think I know two guys that had unprotected sex with prostitutes. And I was like, man, you must be out of your fucking mind. That's dude, I'm like, yeah, you might as well be playing Russian roulette at that point. It's just a fun time. You bust a nut or two and cuddle. Wow, you cuddle with them too? You don't worry that like did they seem like they were having a good time? Like, listen, you could never know you could never truly know if they're having a good time or not, and they certainly wouldn't tell you, right? You know, no prostitute's gonna be like, oh, that sucked. Right. So they're most like, I'm not saying that there's absolutely no way that they would ever enjoy themselves, right? Because hey, listen, some people love their work. But, you know, listen, it's in their financial best interest, for at the very least, for them to pretend that they had a great time, even if it wasn't so great. See, man, I wonder. Maybe if I was really hard up, right? Like I had pussy, like imagine if years had gone by since I had a taste of even just a crumb of pussy. And I was practically on the streets begging for scraps. Please, sir, may I have just one crumb of coochie? Then sure, maybe, man, just to get the demons out. Especially the ones that don't need the money. Well, listen, man, there are people out there who do have addiction to that, and their libidos are just through the roof. I've met a couple people who are just practically insatiable. Dudes too, for sure. Ladies too. So I mean, it's not that far-fetched. It's not that far-fetched at all. I enjoy sex far too much to just go on Tinder and play the game. I don't have time for that. Well, that's another thing, man. That's man, I can't imagine what it's like to be single and have to deal with that. It's essentially like, dude, I feel like, at what point do you feel like you're a salesman? Except you're selling yourself for the job of having sex with somebody. It's like, okay, all right, here. All right, we gotta go into the pitch. Let's go into the pitch. What's our opener? What's our opener? We can't open with hey. Hey will leave you on red. We gotta open with something clever. Let's look at the profile. Okay, she likes this and this and this. All right, here, we got a line. Let's try this line. All right, you shoot the message. Did it work? No, we were left on red. Here, you know what? Let's try a different one. Let's do this one. Our tried and true. And how's that? Oh yeah, I don't know. Compliment her on her fucking acrylic nails. I have no idea what the fuck people write to each other on any of those Tinders or any of those things. It's so much easier if you're a gay man. Many years ago, at the very beginning of the Grindr like apps, I was out with a friend of mine, Gay Jason, we'll call him, and we were at bar. I was after work. We're all at bars. We're all at I think we were at a karaoke bar downtown, and this dude just on his phone is just like, you know, clicking away, tippity tappity. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? He's like, I'm horny. I was like, oh wow, okay. He's like, yeah. He's like, I think I want to get my dick sucked. And I was like, what? Dude, he was talking about like he's ordering DoorDash, and he's like, I think I want somebody to go to 7-Eleven and pick me up some, you know, pretzels or something. And he's like, somebody's like only like 50 yards away. He said some shit like that. He's like, oh man, this guy's mouth is hungry and everything. He's like, all right, yo, I'll see you guys later. Yo, maybe I'll catch with you there, maybe I won't. Peace. And he just went out to go get his dick sucked somewhere out there in the wild world. Was a man with a hungry, empty mouth looking for my friend to help fill him up, and he went on that quest. But yeah, so I can't imagine what gay in a way, baby. Yeah, so when you add the dealing with the heterosexual ladies into the mix, even if it was that easy, right? So like, let's say your profile picture was like the fucking Tinder best, which I don't even know what that looks like. I don't have the fucking foggiest idea of what the best Tinder profile looks like. It's probably, I don't know, man. I guess it depends. You know, I guess it depends on the woman, right? Because for some women, it's going to be you at the gym, or you with your dog, or you on a hike, or you in, I don't know, Paris. For other girls, it might be you at the bookstore. I don't know. I don't know what women want. And I definitely don't know what women would want on a dating profile. But let's say you've got the best fucking dating profile for the woman you're pursuing. Even if you are that guy, there's still a lot of hoops you gotta jump through, man. You gotta have what the British call a good chat, right? So you gotta be able to talk, which, you know, like I said earlier, man, is more than just DMing somebody hey and leaving it at that, because that's a very quick way to get somebody to never message you back, just in general. Even when people message me hey on social media, not women or anything, just people, I don't fuck, because what the fuck do you want? Unless we're friends and my friend's just saying what's up to just say what's up. Big Chad McThundercock, sick pack on a boat, reading a book with a dog. Sure, even if you're that guy, I'd still be. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm old enough where I'd be a little fucking skeeved out, man. If I was just on some dating app and some lady was like, "Yeah, why don't we meet up somewhere tonight?" Oh man, yeah, I don't think I'd be freaking out, but I'd be like, oh man, I think I'd be weird about it, friends. I'm not built for it. Those could be anyone's pics on their profile. Yeah, well, that's the thing too, right? Yeah, how do you know you're not being catfished or scammed? Because that shit happens all the time. I literally saw a GoFundMe today for somebody who fell for a catfish, and this lady was like, I love you. You're the light of my life. Meanwhile, never sent him a photo, blah, 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 blah. You know, or like did send him a photo, but it was real sus. He's like, anyway, so I just started paying her bills, and I bought her like a PlayStation 5 or something ridiculous like that. It's like, yo, my man, you did what? And it's like, man, I don't have any fucking sympathy for your grown-ass man who fell for a fucking catfish scheme, who gave some lady your money. I'm not giving your fucking... I'm not donating to your goddamn Go Fucking Fund Me campaign because you fucked up, because you're a moron. It's like, I'll donate to, like, you know, somebody whose house was on fire and through no fault of their own, and, you know, they're homeless. Or, you know, somebody's got horrific medical bills or something, you know? Somebody's in like mountains and mountains of lifelong medical debt for, you know, a surgery that they needed or something, you know? Like those are the people who get the Indiegogo money or, you know, crowdfunding money. The GoFundMe money. Pinky, you ever hop on the old dating apps? When I was in my early 20s. Most of what you get on Tinder nowadays is either single moms or thirst traps trying to build a following on Instagram. But why would they why would they be on Tinder if they want to have an Instagram following? What's the move? What's the break it down for me? What's the move there? They throw their thirst traps on their profile and they're at. Oh. Well, listen, man. I guess if you got one of those only friends, if you got one of those, if you're a young lady with one of those only friends types deals, and you're looking for new customers, I could see the appeal, right? Finding a new clientele base. Hey, listen, you're looking for dudes who want to bone you, and that's basically who your customer base is made out of. You know, where better to find new suckers, I mean simps, than on dating apps of, you know, just filled up with dudes who are horny for some of that coochie. So that's how I build my following as a single mom. Who would have known? Well, yeah, if you're a single mom with the OnlyFans, for sure. You know, God bless those dudes who get with those ladies that already have kids that aren't theirs. And just stick with them. That's a good person right there. Because I'll be honest, I would not do that shit, man. No fucking way, dude. Take care of another man's child. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No fucking way. Maybe if it was the best pussy I ever had. But even then, I don't think so. God bless their cuck hearts. I mean, kinda, yeah, man. You know, because I've met some kids who grew up without any fathers, and they're generally fucked up. I mean, not all of them. I mean, there are plenty of people who grew up with fathers and mothers who are also equally fucked up, but you know, I feel like I've seen a bunch of dudes without any like positive male role models in their life, just about ever. And that's not great, man. I went through the trouble of not getting anybody pregnant through high school and college, all the way to raise somebody else's kid. Is that what you're doing, Banzy? I'm not shitting on it, by the way. If you find somebody who you love and they just happen to have, you know, shit out somebody else's kid, what are you going to do, right? I'm just saying for me, no fucking way. I'm shitting on them. Nah, man. Listen, like I said, what are you going to do? You find a lady you're in love with, she happens to have had a kid. Matter of fact, My friend, his dad died of like a sudden heart attack when he was like in his like 20s. Like his dad was in his 20s and he was just a little kid. And his dad just fucking died just like that. He saw it in everything. And his mom eventually, she went out to remarry. She found a dude. They got married. They've been married for years now. And he essentially, he was a stepdad, and then he became his dad. So, and that guy's awesome. And my friend is fucking awesome. And my friend is better for it, having had this stepfather in his life versus having no dad or no positive male role models in his life.
Daddy, I'm coming.
Not that kind of daddy. I'd find someone else to love. Never be the plan C. Never be the plan C or somebody else. Nah, Banzy, come on, man. Sometimes you can't choose who you fall in love with. My best friend's dad was a piece of shit that walked away, and her stepdad married her mom.
Oh heavens! The simp has fallen in love with the e-girl.
He raised 4 kids. Wow. As a stepdad, you said? I can never understand it. Listen, man. God bless those dudes, man. Maybe they're just good people. Like I said, earlier, man, I don't think I could do it. Personally. And it's not about being a cuck or anything like that. It's just, I don't think I just have the fucking energy. I don't know if I'd have the energy to even make my own offspring, let alone raise somebody else's. And I'm not counting adoption or something like that, right? Because that's way fucking different. That's way different. You know, if you and your wife or, you know, your husband are looking to have a child and you can't, so you decide to adopt instead and raise essentially another couple's child as your, that's apples and oranges. I'm definitely having a boy and pass on all that I built in life. He raised 4 girls and the 2 kids of the oldest. I don't know. Maybe it's rewarding. Maybe, you know what? You know, take back what I said. Maybe it is similar to, you know, the stepfather. Maybe it is a similarity to that of being an adoptive father. Like, even though the child isn't your blood, maybe it feels that way. Again, I'm speculating here. I have the fucking foggiest idea. What's the point of building a quote-unquote empire to give it to the government? What? Well, I don't know, man. Ask some of the richest people in the world. Elon Musk paid like I think Elon Musk paid $11 billion in taxes a couple of years back. What's up, Silgo? Hello and welcome. Maybe it does feel that way, but I feel like I'm finding another man's lineage. Nah. Like I said, man. Well, the other thing is lineage. As a person who's adopted and having grown up without any lineage, right? With having grown up cut off from my quote unquote lineage, you realize lineage, it doesn't fucking matter. Who you're born of, you know, what your name is. None of that stuff makes a fucking goddamn in as far as like what actually matters in life as you being a human being. Your lineage, your birthright, it's all horseshit, man. Even where you're from. People put a lot of stake in that. People put a lot of stake in that mindset. I think it's personally, I think it's foolish. Now, I'm not saying that you can't be appreciative of your culture and heritage and celebrate and embrace that culture and heritage, for sure. But in my opinion, it's like your cultural historic background. Clearly that's a part of you. The same way anything else might be. Your country of origin, your fucking height, your weight, the way you look, the color of your skin, your sexual preferences, your gender identity, all these things, they matter to a certain degree. But I've found that some people, rather than be the person, rather than just be a person who holds these attributes, they latch onto one fraction of their identity and they make it their entire personality. And that's what I think is foolhardy. Yeah, my take on it has always been, rather than worry about that shit, rather than be proud of or worry about shit that people who aren't you have done, that might be in regards to your ancestors or your countrymen or whatever the fuck it is, and touting their victories as your own. Unless you've done any of that shit, shut the fuck up. Get to work. Create something, make something worthwhile. Be proud of that. If you're looking to be proud of something. Lineage is important to me, yet I get your point. I'm not saying lineage shouldn't be completely disregarded or should be completely I guess I'm just saying is that there's a cap on how important it is, right? And the example I use is when you're thinking of your favorite, imagine you close your eyes and you think of your loved ones or people who are maybe the most important people in your life. Are they your loved ones or the most important people in your life because of their ethnic background, the color of their skin, their sexuality, their gender? Does that make them beloved in your eyes? Because when I think about the most important people to me, the people that I hold near and dear, loved ones of all shapes and sizes, those things, I mean, you know, we think of family members and friends and mentors and all that. Those other things, those other aspects of them that I just mentioned, they seem so fucking inconsequential, you know? So much so that I don't know. To some level, blood is important. Well, here's what you learn about blood. As a person in my shoes, what I've learned is that familial bonds, although given, can also be earned. Emotional bonds are important, but blood ties do bind people, sure. Now, I will say, and I'll say this to anybody, if there is somebody who you are tied to via blood relations, if they're a shitty person, if they're a bad, toxic person, dude, I don't care what your blood ties are to them. You gotta fucking cut them loose, man. You know, many times I've seen blood relatives of, family members that not that I've had that, but people that I've known. Have I seen drag down entire families, tear them apart, rip them inside out? So like I said, man, familial relationships, they're given, but they should also be earned. You are polarizing the beloved in your life. How do you mean? I like the nearest and dearest in my life. How do you mean? I have more or less zero contact with anyone blood related to me. Why is that, Kabong? And by the way, Kabong, you're not the only one. I knew a guy that had to disown his mother. His mother was such a toxic wretch of a woman. He had to shun her out of his life. And is there a more special bond than the person who literally brought you into this world? But again, at the end of the day, if your blood relative isn't any of those things that I mentioned before, those special things that don't comprise of what you look like or where you're from, it doesn't matter if they're your blood ties, if they're a piece of shit. If they're a person who will use and abuse you and mistreat you and cause you pain and suffering, it doesn't matter how closely blood related they are to you. I have experienced that toxicity with my family. I should not cut them loose. That is retarded. No, man. Familial bonds are given, but they are also earned. Just because someone... Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Go. Just because someone is your blood doesn't give them carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want. Treat you however they want. One of my best friends died of an embolism because his crackhead brother broke his leg. Oof, fuck. My father was never in the picture. My mother's a horrible person, and my aunts, uncles, cousins are nice enough people, but we were never all that close. The older we got, the more we strayed. And Kabong, you're a sweetheart, man. Kabong, you are a sweet person, man. You've been around here for years. I've never picked up a red flag from you. Well, because sometimes you might think to yourself, man, maybe the problem is me. If I got all these toxic people around me, perhaps the problem is me. But sometimes that's not the case. My family is the family I choose. I have 4 brothers. None of them are blood. Well, I say that from a very personal standpoint, that as someone who has no blood ties to their family, you realize because you weren't given a family, you have to go out and make one. You have to go out and find your family members, which is tough. A tough mission for someone with no blood family. So you realize, man, you get to see things of what it looks like through the eyes of a person who doesn't have what many people are given and what some people take for granted. And then you realize that, wow, you know, in many ways, although I didn't have blood relatives to raise me, in many ways I ended up luckier than some of the people who I met, because my parents were very supportive and loving and caring and nurturing. So I didn't have to grow up with that kind of negativity in my household growing up. And I've got a great relationship with them. So it's still weird to me that I know people who didn't have that growing up and who actually have very negative feelings towards the people who are supposed to care for them most in the entire world. Like our friend Kabong. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But listen, do not hesitate to cut out family members who are just bad for your life. It sucks to say. It's unpleasant to hear. But at the end of the day, you have to do what's best for you. Sounds selfish, I know, but life is too short to sometimes not put yourself first. Not all the time in every circumstance. There's a right time for sacrifice, whether that's time or money or whatever it might be. But there's a time to put your foot down and save yourself. Yeah, I was very much alone for a long time through my teen years and a large part of my 20s. Then I got lucky. I met a group through a coworker and the bond was almost immediate. I've never seen through your eyes, so I respect your comment, and therefore I can't counter that point with who has a bloodline. But yeah, listen, now, I mean, I should also explain a little bit further, right? My cousins. I have a cousin who had a really bad time with drug abuse. About 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, he got caught up in the opioid epidemic. It got pretty bad for him. My aunt and uncle didn't know what to do. He was strung out. He was on pills. He was committing all kinds of crimes in order to get his fix. And what ended up happening is eventually he had a son. In the midst of all that, he had a child. Now they didn't want to give up on him. Of course, nobody in the family wanted to give up on him because at the end of the day, he was a good person who went down a wrong path. What ended up happening is eventually one day he was caught breaking and entering. He broke into someone's house, stole their shit, and then sold it at a pawn shop, and they caught him on camera. They caught him on camera doing all that so he could afford to get his pills. And luckily the judge showed some leniency, but he was convicted nonetheless and put on probation. And, you know, I think it was a felony. And he had to go to rehab. He had to do community service. He had to take all kinds of drug tests. It was a nightmare. But after much work and support, he got through it. Now he's engaged. He has his own house. He's been working consistently. He's got plans to start his own private business. He's the real deal. He became a real person, a good father, a good son. He became the person he was, but he had this rough patch for a time. And I think, one of the reasons why his parents didn't give up on him is because he was their son. Now, is it because he's blood, or is it because he's their son? I don't know. But the reason why I tell you guys this is because just because the going gets bad, I'm not saying that you should just, the second someone in your life starts having a rough time, you just cut them off immediately. No. It's much more nuanced than that. But I do wonder. You're the only advocate of your dream. Oh, I like that. That's a beautiful sentiment. You're the only advocate of your dream in this world. Yeah, no, I think it's important to protect yourself as best you can. While also ideally being there for loved ones, and sometimes being there for your loved ones requires sacrifice in some way, shape, or form, and it's important, right? Family is important. Like, that's not the message. Having a good family can give your life meaning and purpose, or more meaning and purpose. It could give you that sense of home. Blood and addiction. You can't have that alignment. How do you mean, Silgo? Oh, hey guys, you see the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case still happening? Today, Johnny Depp took the stand. As did, I think, a couple other people. One of them was one of Johnny Depp's friends, and he was talking about how... Oh man, dude, did you see the clip where Amber Heard's lawyer was talking about how Johnny Depp... She was talking about the things that Johnny Depp would do, and his face during them was like he was riveted. Because the stuff that she was saying he did was so nonsensical. You could see the expression on his face was like, he's like, and then what else did I do? It wasn't like, he wasn't like laughing. She was talking shit about the Hollywood vampires practice. What's that? Because the clip I saw, this lady was like, he would get drunk and smear potatoes on the stairs. And he was like, what? He's like, I smeared potatoes on the... His face was like, wait, I did what now? Smeared potatoes. She's like, mashed potatoes all over the staircase? Oh, yes. Yeah, she said that Amber Heard thought her time with Depp was like, it was boring because it was a bunch of old men playing guitars. That and Ezra Miller got arrested again? What did he get arrested doing this time? Alice Cooper, Johnny Depp, Brad Whitford, and so on. Dude, Johnny Depp is friends with like Dave Grohl. You're right, Alice Cooper, Keith Richards, he's friends with. Dude, when she said a bunch of old men playing guitars, a bunch of old men playing guitar, it makes it sound like he was running it makes it sound like Johnny Depp was just somebody's like suburban dad in like a garage band. But meanwhile, Johnny Depp is hanging out with some of the most acclaimed musicians of the 20th century, like fucking rock stars, guys who literally shaped music. Quote unquote old men playing with their guitars. It's so fucking insulting. And also, I could see how somebody in their 20s might not be into that fucking classic rock. Listening to, I guess you might not want to listen to incredible musicians. But fuck me, man. Why the hell would you marry a dude who's in a band, right? Johnny Depp's been in a band forever. Why would you marry a dude who clearly is a musician, who has a ton of musician friends, who hangs out with guys like Keith Richards? Like, why would you marry that dude who, like, you know, is 20 years older than you, who's into this shit? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a few brushes on the Patreon. I got my pencil pack on Patreon. Hunter S. Thompson, Shane McGowan, the list goes on and on and on. Hello, Rattail. Your parable about your cousin, blood relative, actions, consequence, triumph. Maybe I'm getting too cryptic. Apologies. No, it's a... Hey, listen, I'm happy you're here. Silgo, I'm happy you're here. Johnny not out of his depth. It's crazy, man. I hope that Johnny Depp clears his name. I really do. I hope Johnny Depp's able to clear his name. I hope he's able to be able to work again in Hollywood. I mean, she really nuked his career, man. In that one allegation, that one article she wrote, just completely decimated his entire career. Just like that. Oh, do you know what I saw? You know what I did see? I saw the interview with the doctor. They have a doctor, and the doctor took the stand. And they asked the doctor point blank, during the time in which there was a time where she claimed that he had broken her nose and given her 2 black eyes. So they said, Dr. So-and-so, when you examined her, did you see any evidence of cuts? Because also apparently there was a bunch of broken glass on the floor because he was throwing glass or whatever. And he's like, doctor, did you take note of any of these alleged injuries on Ms. Heard? And his answer was no. And he went on. They asked him a bunch of other similar questions. Did you see the black eye? Did you see this or this and that? And the answer was over and over again, no. There was no evidence of any of the things that she claimed that there was. Now she's trying to say it was because she was wearing makeup. But I call it bullshit, man. You're gonna have a doctor around you and you're gonna be up close and he's gonna be examining you and your makeup is gonna fool him. You're gonna hide 2 giant black eyes and a broken nose from a doctor who is examining you. With a little bit of makeup? I don't know, man. They also asked they had a few character witnesses today for Depp, and like makeup can cover up some bruising for sure. Makeup can cover up bruises, but like, come on, man, broken bones, broken bones, a completely fucked up face, cuts all over your body, because she had cuts all over her legs and arms. Bullshit, man. Some of the Johnny Depp character witnesses, they talked about You know what? I tweaked. You know what? I think I tweaked some of these brushes. I think I'm gonna maybe tonight I'll upload this brush pack. Maybe Gumroad, because I tweaked them so that they were a little bit like I gave them a more wash type, like it's more like watercolor, but I feel like I've been using it for this whole piece. I feel like it really gives me a lot of versatility. So here you go. I've been tweaking this, but I think I should be able to. Nothing is decimated about anyone's career. Publicity is publicity. Make up and get on with it. I think I can. No. Share. Yes, I could definitely. All right, I could definitely export this brush pack just outright. I might do some more tweaks with it just to get it good for Procreate. Oh yeah, so they asked a bunch of Johnny Depp character witnesses today if people who would like spend time with his family, because he has two children with, I think, his ex-wife or ex-partner, Vanessa Paradis, I think her name is, a French woman. His two children are from that marriage. I don't know. So they're like, at any point did you see Johnny Depp in your decades of knowing him and his first partner? Did you notice any beatings? Did you notice any assault? Any screaming matches? And everyone that they talked to, that they asked about, said that in their history of knowing Johnny Depp, they'd never seen him yell at, and definitely have never seen him raise his hands to a woman, ever. Ever, ever. So, I mean, so I've said this before. What do you think is more likely? What do you guys think is more likely? The woman who was actually charged with domestic violence against her partner in the past is the woman who's accusing him of these heinous acts. Do you think the man who lived decades and decades of his life without ever having any kinds of allegations against him like this, ever, not even so much as in the tabloids, he's dated celebrities, he's dated all kinds of women, been in all kinds of long-term relationships, who are you more likely to believe? That dude who doesn't have a history of this at all, or the woman who was literally arrested for it and is proclaiming he did all these horrendous things to her? Because I know who I'm more inclined to believe in this case. I'll tell you what really sucks, man. What really sucks is the people who suffer from real abuse, the people who are actually abused by their partners, the people who are really survivors of domestic violence. It sucks to have a liar proclaiming that these things were done to them just for some clout, just because she probably thought it would advance her career some, as well as being probably didn't think anybody would doubt her story, and they didn't for the longest time. I mean, she'd look like the voice of that whole, one of the major voices of that whole movement, that whole Me Also movement. Meanwhile, it's bullshit. Which fucking sucks, man. Because there are women out there who are living with monsters. It's horseshit, man. Because, yeah, in one fell swoop, she's able to destroy an innocent man's entire career, and now give an argument to the people who are trying to discredit actual victims, which fucking sucks. If I commission you for Christ of St. John on the Cross, Salvador Dali, how much would it cost? I've got a commission. If you want to fill out the form, all my prices are generally over there. How much it would cost for, some background, etc., etc. Oh, guys, I started posting on Instagram again and TikTok. Actually had one of my TikToks actually get about 11K views, which is a lot for that account. So it seems like, I only say that not as any kind of fucking humble brag or any of that shit. I tell you that because it seems like I've been unshadow banned. Thank God. Because there was definitely a while there where I was 100% shadow banned, not a shadow of a doubt. So it feels good to be unshadow banned. And I started this new Instagram account. I also appear to be on shadow banned there as well.
I'm so excited.
So yeah, Tuok, you'll be happy because Tuok, I started posting up some of the old art. I got all my art cataloged. So I'm going to be going back as far as 2020. I don't think I'm going to be going further back than 2020. But I'm going to be scouring the archives for clips of old, not just clips, but clips or art, stuff that I think still holds up and would look good as Instagram, as a portfolio. It's so funny, man. Looking at like my followership on Instagram and having it now at what it is versus what it used to be, it makes me laugh. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't have any doubt that I'll be able to get those numbers back up. I'm gonna get those numbers back up one stupid doodle at a time, if that's what it takes. There's some dark elf lady you drew but never put on IG. I like that one. Dark elf lady. You know what? I'm just gonna have to look. I'm just gonna have to hopefully find it on the archives, baby. Oh, I heard there was an Elden Ring patch released today. She's holding a knife. Well, I don't know. I don't know, friend. Should I put some hidden booby in here? Boobies would be around here somewhere, depending on how big they are. Any thoughts on putting out another zine? Dude, I definitely have I definitely have the art for it. Cuz some of the pieces that I put in that zine are a few years old. So I would be down. I would definitely be down to put out another zine for sure. I bought a microwave heater for my lounge, slept in front of it all night, just 8 minutes. Congrats, what'd you put in the microwave? I sold a piece this week, which was nice. What'd you sell? What was the piece, Kabong? Tell me, baby. The Starfire did for Battle of the Sketches. Can I see it? I don't know if I saw it. Posted in the Discord. Let me take a look to woke. Oh right, this one. Wow, did I really never post that? That actually came out pretty good. Oh, it was a microwave heater. Oh, I see. Let me see if I could, just out of curiosity, let me see if I could find that. I'm pretty sure I did that in 2021. Yep, I got it. I got it right here. Oh, no video though. Maybe that's why I didn't post it up. Here, I'll show you it. Here it is up close. You can really, if you really zoom in, you can see the halftone. You know me, I love my textures. Yeah, kind of a dark elven fairy lady. Nice Starfire, bud. I'll give that a like for sure. Ooh-wee, I got 5 new followers. Oh, thank you, Kabong. Kabong giving me a follow. Thank you, thank you. You know, I only just started posting on Instagram. I'll tell you when I started posting on Instagram. The first Instagram post I made was 3 days ago. 3 days ago. I posted and it's been 3 days and I'm at 90 followers. That's pretty good. You know, it's funny. I've got friends that got like, I think Kennedy's got like 300,000. I think Kennedy's got like 300,000. I think Simsart is one of those 90. Where's that motherfucker at? I gotta look at his count. Where is that sneaky Simsart? Simsart is at one of his pieces got, I think, 90,000 likes the other day. Yeah, he posted a piece the other day, got almost 100,000 likes. Simsart is at 103,000. I'm sitting strong at 90, baby. We're gonna fucking get there. God damn it. Elvin. Elvis. Thanks. I've been trying to push myself to get good. Is that a traditional piece with the Starfire? The Starfire looked traditional to me. Old K-Bong. I'm stoked when I get 50 likes. I will say, you know what, I'll tell you this much. Going on social media hiatus for the 2 months plus that I did, it really put it all in perspective, man. Just making art and not worrying about making art and not worried about how many likes it got or how it was perceived, and worried about like comments about me drawing the wrong body type. It was glorious, man. And it really did put everything in perspective. Like it does. Social media is not real life, and social media, not only is it not real life, it also doesn't matter at all. It matters none. Nada. Zero. Now, I will say your community surely matters. Your community matters. The people that support you and your art, the majority of their opinion on where your art might go or what they enjoy that you do, that matters. I mean, at the end of the day, it is subjective, and as a content creator, you should never feel like you've been pigeonholed into a certain category or art, because that will one day just lead to burnout and fatigue, unless it's the thing that you love to do. But yeah, man. Fuck, should I color this too? Where shall we all go from here? I haven't the foggiest idea, Silgo. Silgo, I wish I could tell you, baby. I'm not smart enough to answer that question. Let's hang on. I'm still here. My headphones are still plugged in. What are pigeonholes? That's where they shit and piss out of. And I think that's where they have eggs too. Alright, I just did the coin thing. I don't know what it looks like. I just flinged it. Heads. Heads, I color it. Tails, we go full manga style. Let's go. Tails, baby, we're doing manga style. Let me get my manga. Now this is, I'm going to use a brush that I've been using. And this is the I call it the manga brush, but really it should be called the manga pen, because it is it's the single line weight style brush that gives it that animation style quality to it. And I would like to hope that I am getting better at using this pen. I will say this pen is well, I'm just gonna call it like it is. It's fucking unforgiving. Stupid, unforgiving pen. But no, really, it is. Look at that shit. Look how scraggly and weird that is. But listen, learning is a process. And I'm learning, same as anybody else. And one of these growing pains is me learning how to use this fucking brush. AKA this pain in my ass. Man, I'm telling you, I do not know how a guy like John Amore does this. There we go. John Amore will just, you know what, Sims Art did it too for his Webtoons comic. He would just do these like super clean ass lines, and all the lines were closed like a vector image. And it was also that you could do that thing, the thing that I just did, which is you close off all the lines so that you're able to use the paint tool, the dropper, to just come on in and just drop the color in and call it a day. In this case, an ink. Who do you think she looks like? Apologies if I get quiet, gang. You know, when I get quiet, that just means that I'm focusing, because I get distracted easily and I want to bang this out. That does look better. Okay, let's see if we can keep this up. Siggy and hair accurate. Siggy. Hey, Pandy. What the hell? How are you, man? What brings you all the way over to my neck of the woods today? Old Pandy Puss. Pandies, how's old Kylie Bear? I just saw you were on and I'm chilling. Well, welcome back. How are y'all? We are good. Do you guys still watch Drag Race? Panda, I'm over here. I'm practicing my animation / manga pen. Panda, who's your favorite drag queen this season? Is it Diabetti, you animal? Cause you love a catty bitch? Is it Georges? Willow Pill. Yes, I think Willow's everybody's favorite. Do you say it the way Rue says it? What's up, Sylvie? You put too many clothes on her. How dare you? I was hoping for cornbread, but sadly, ankle. Oh, yeah. Do you think that happened because she was so fat? And like when you're that fat and you're doing you're dancing around, running around, you're just more likely to hurt yourself. I'm not saying that to be a nasty little dick. I'm just talking about the logistics of having a big rolly body. That's a lot of weight. Like you're asking a lot. You know, when you're doing that death drop and you weigh 160 pounds and you're doing that versus when you're doing that and you're pushing 300 pounds. Panda, I remember when I did the con in your area. There were a lot of fatties over there. More than I thought there'd be. A lot of chunkers. I think it shows like that regardless have so much running choreography and it's hard on people during, not to mention prepping for the regular drag. Right. For sure. It's a lot. It's a toll. Yeah, exactly. But like, that's what I mean. it's a big toll on anyone's body. So like when you put in the fact that like, oh, this person's like also like obese, that just makes it that much harder.
You're not here for the orgy?
Nicole Gonzalez, host. Nicole, thank you so much for your host. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nikki Gonzalez, welcome back, buddy. I hope you had fun on your stream. I don't know, what was Nikki up to on her stream today? Was Nikki riding the Sibian on her stream? I don't have a raid call, so hey yourself. What's your name? My name is in the description, baby. It says it right on screen, right above my head. I think you run into weird problems being an abnormally small or large human. Sure. I mean, look at Willow Pill, man. That little lady is sickly as hell, and yet still crushing it, but again, can't be easy. Hey, Corey's here. Corey, did you come all the way over from Nikki's stream, or were you hanging out in here beforehand? Corey. Hey, Nerditude raid. Nerditude raiding with a party of Nerdy and Nikki and the rest of their gang. Unruly Heart, hello. I've been lurky. I was lurky beforehand. Why, thank you. I'm drawing yet another dark, raven-haired lady smoking a cigarette because it's me after all. Why wouldn't I? Hello, welcome. Welcome everyone, welcome back. 'Tis I, Michael D. Nicola. This season has been the most friendly feeling season for a while. Yeah, too bad they fucking suck at the, this fucking Snatch game. Unruly Heart, welcome. Nicole and Matt, welcome. Did you guys beat the video games you were playing together? And Matt, thank you for following me on social media the other day. I did see old Matty Cake's name pop up. Nikki, you too. I think Nikki gave me a follow on both accounts, like a real animal. You played Sea of Thieves? I would play Sea of Thieves with you guys. I don't know how to play that game, but I'd give it a crack. The most mess Snatch game, yeah. Literally the fucking worst Snatch game in Drag Race history. Guys, we're talking about RuPaul's Drag Race for some reason. I wonder if Nikki watches that show. Would you? I don't watch reality TV. I know, but it's drag race, and I'm sure Panda, another heterosexual man, will attest that Drag Race is different than reality TV show. Watching Drag Race doesn't feel like you're watching like Top Chef or American Idol or The Voice or any of that shit. Drag Race is different, man. It's not like that. So like that feeling that you get when like somebody comes out and has to sing for the judges in American Idol, it's not that. I'm telling you, you don't get that. Well, because Nikki, for the most part, you're watching usually you're watching professional drag queens who are at the top of their game. So for the most part, this is the cream of the crop. It's I don't want to say it's like the Great British Bake Off, but like if you guys ever watch the Great British Bake Off, you don't feel embarrassment for people who are on Bake Off. You might feel nervous for them because they're competing and it is a competition, they're being judged, but you don't feel bad for them, right? Like you're not like, oh my god, this is so cringe. I've never once felt cringe. I mean, unless we're talking about the hosts. being silly. It really doesn't. I feel much more invested and related, right? Yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's a reality TV show that doesn't, like, you're not watching like some stupid low rent bargain basement TV. Listen, I was skeptical at first too, but I sat down and I started laughing, and that's when you know it's enjoyable.
Michael.
Nikki.
Michael.
I am Nikki.
I am Michael.
Is it true that that Matt sat on his balls today in his gamer chair?
I don't know. Did he?
That's what I heard.
Shut up.
You make a new Insta? Corey,
Why'd you say it that way?
That's how Corey said it.
I'm here. Boop, boop, boop.
Corey, Nikki's here.
Come join in Discord. Let's hang for a bit.
Come join us, Corey, you pervert.
What?
I started a new Instagram account. I nuked the old one. Say goodbye to 20,000 followers. And now I've been posting for 3 days and I'm at 90 followers. So there, suck on that. How you like that?
It's on my finger. Hello, camera.
I'm gonna build my community from the ground up.
People like Bob the Builder.
Bless you, I must go. Silgo, you have yourself a good evening, friend.
Michael,
Nigga.
did you message Belle?
No, I'll do that right now.
I texted you last night.
I saw your text, but I was like...
And you said, oh shit, right. And then that's it.
Well, I was taking a shit, and then I thought it would be disrespectful to message her while I was shitting, so I thought, I'll put this off. So I started watching YouTube, and then I forgot about it. Corey said 93 now. Dick move, Dina Cola.
Fancy. Hello.
Here, I took a 2-month social... was it 2 months? Wait, I stopped February, March, April. Yeah, around April, a little over 2 months.
Hello.
And well, yeah, she thought, I think, let's see,
I like to be upbeat and, you know.
she hasn't been around the channel. She tells me why. Said I was going to write you about a month back, but I couldn't find you on Insta, and I haven't been on my computer a lot. I deleted my Instagram account.
Instagram. Going to Chicago tomorrow, baby. I should see where like
You're going there. You're going there for sex?
No.
You're going there for penetrative sex?
I'm going there for art.
Are you and Joe going to art show? Are you gonna get dressed up?
No, me and my aunt are. He's working. He's not going anywhere.
Your auntie?
My auntie. Me, Titi.
TT? Tia?
Mm-hmm.
Tia Maria?
Nope.
No, You didn't say the magic word.
Bottom, bottom, bottom.
Where's Maddie? Nikki? What'd you do
I think
with
he's
him?
gonna go eat. Nothing. He said he was gonna hop in after. Then he just said nothing after that. I'm assuming he's gonna go eat dinner.
Do you think he slaps his tummy while he eats?
I don't know. Do you slap your tummy when you eat?
I've been known to slap a tummy or two while eating.
To slap your tummy when you eat?
I don't know about my tummy. I might slap your tummy if I caught you eating.
How dare you?
Bam.
Slap it, baby. I'm gonna make some brownies tomorrow. They're keto friendly, so I'm gonna make some.
Let's see.
Oh my god, you never sent the message? You got so distracted so easily. Just send it. Send it.
I just told her I reset my Instagram, not following anyone. Just to give everybody a heads up. I don't want anybody to think it's personal. Also, it's kind of like one of those things where works for me and everybody else. Where like I'm not replying to anybody's DMs either. And it just makes more sense that way. This way, yeah, this way here. Oh, it's personal. Here, look. Here, 95 followers. 95 followers, 0 following. Yeah. Like I said, I've said this over the last few days. What I'm trying to do is create a strict disconnect between me, the human being, and the my social media stuff. Like, if you want to chat with me, come here, talk to me on Discord, text message me. But like, I don't, it got too much, man. I got too in my own head. I was getting anxious about social media in like a way that wasn't healthy. Like I was like actively showing like obsessive, like not addictive in like a bad way, but like I was like all the telltale signs of like addictive behavior were beginning to rear up on social media. So yeah, in order to protect myself, I decided to just take a little step back, little step back. Step right up.
Step by step.
So wait, so you were playing Sea of Thieves?
Mm-hmm.
You was thieving, you and Maddie.
Thieving.
Who's the better thief of the sea?
Out of our group,
Yeah.
Rum is a badass sailor. Rum, Caspa. We played with Caspa tonight too.
And they were cheating?
No.
At
They're in our group.
Did Rum pop a titty out during gameplay?
She wasn't playing the night. She was busy.
Busy doing what?
I don't know, just doing adult things, man.
Did she tell you the story where her and her lover went to the toy store and they got butt plugs?
I feel like maybe. Was Eric here for that? Because didn't he go, ew, to butt plugs?
He's just playing.
He likes butt plugs?
Wait, which one? Canetti or the other one?
No, Skullbash. Kennedy wasn't in there when that happened. Skullbash was. Awkward.
Skullbash probably has his own homemade butt plug.
Homemade? Oh, fuck. That shit caught me off guard. Because he's so like, I make my own milk and shit, so.
Yeah, he does. And he'll make you make your own milk too.
Oh man, that shit was funny.
Homemade. I feel like a homemade sex toy would be a deal breaker for a lot of people.
I should ask him. I'd be like, Mikey said this is true?
Is this true?
Is this true?
There's a lot of stuff I say on here that's of dubious facts. These are what I'm telling you guys are alternative facts. Man, I want to go to dinner at Matt's house. I want to see what goes on over there.
I will sub like next week. Like next week? Why? Because you're too poor to.
Whoa, look who it is. It's Sarah Chan.
55 months. And honestly, it would depend on how confident I was in the person's design, build skills.
I've got a plan. I'm designing a butt plug. It's a booty plug that you've never seen before. It'll tell you the time, the humidity.
Why? Humidity?
Her booty humidity is through the roof.
Oh my gosh.
Circa! Nobody knows her way around sex toys better than Circa-chan. Hello. Can you imagine? No, it'll be voice activated. You just scream into their booty hole. What time is it? The time is now.
What is it, Alexa?
1300 hours. It's like, shit, it's on 24 hours again. Fuck. Being educated is important. Circa, how's the new gig? Are y'all in voice chat? We is. Liz messaged and said, I'm really proud of you. I don't know what she's proud of. What do you think Elizabeth's proud of for me?
Maddie! Probably.
Hi, Mikey. How you doing?
Matt, I said I wanted to come over and have dinner at your place. Did you hear?
He also wants to smack your belly when you eat it. When you eat.
I have to go take a pee.
I didn't say I want to slap his belly. Well, that's what you said. I said I wonder.
No, it's not. Watch the VOD.
I said I wonder if you watch the VOD. You say I wonder if Matt slaps his tummy before he eats.
No. That proves not effective in digesting things. I've tried it. No, actually, we went to Sunday brunch, which was a buffet setup.
Uh-oh.
And that was the first time I think I went to a buffet in like 4 years now. And I didn't overeat. It was, I did until I was good, and then that was about it.
Oh, I love eating until you're full and then not eating. Like a normal
it used to be like, I'm a little full, but they do have corned beef hash.
Right. And then at the end,
now
like,
it's
you're like, oh, I completely pigged out, but I haven't had dessert yet.
Yeah. Well, that was the other thing, is they had a full cookie sweets bar, and I didn't take part in any of that shit.
Where's Circa? Does Circa not have permission?
That's weird. She said she can't see us.
I basically had biscuits and gravy and eggs for brunch, and it was lovely.
Is she a mod?
I thought she was.
Or is she a Rix?
I don't see her in the mod. I don't see her on the board though. Do you see her?
You can put it on. No, I don't see her at all.
If you go into a buffet, you're eating until you want to take a dump.
Oh shit! I almost fucked up your VC.
I've never shit at a buffet. I don't think I'd want to.
Try that one.
I don't think I have either, unless I was like hungover and I started it off that way.
I can't join via the invite? What?
I just said. Wait, did you send her one too? Because I sent her one. This is weird.
Ooh.
Ooh. I'm looking.
It says I'm banned. It shows you being in the server.
Boy.
That's... What?
I would never.
There's literally no reason for that to even happen.
Yeah. Nobody gets banned on here.
Yeah, no shit. Where? In general? Okay. She's a Jerry. Hold on.
You just tagged her.
What about now, Circa? I just gave you the role for Rick, so you should be able to hop in now. Rick. Rickaloia. Rick. This is interesting. Let me restart Discord. Okay, cool.
Alright, she has the permissions.
EOG's talking shit, because that never happened.
She left or was booted. Then she was banned?
That's fucking weird.
A couple months back? Dude, I'm telling you, that must have been a mistake.
Dude.
That must have been absolutely a mistake, because I would
Maybe
never.
it was like an accidentally... Well, like, you don't ban anybody, so...
I know! I'm too lazy to ban anybody.
Yeah, he doesn't ban anybody. People who deserve to be banned don't get banned.
Yeah, I deserve to be banned from my own server. I've never been banned from anywhere.
Well, yeah, just reboot it and see what's up.
Fun with Discord.
Who's Honeybee? Is Honeybee Circa?
Honey. No,
Honeybee
her
and
name
Ghost
is...
just hopped in.
I'm so
Did Matt sing a song during the buffet?
Oh God, no. No, you don't. As a fat person, you want to draw the least amount of attention to yourself at a buffet.
There's no way you
gotta learn the ways. No, I was actually not the biggest.
I was
guy
gonna
there.
say, there's no way you were the chunkiest chap there.
No. There's some big Southside Irish that were eating some gorging on some food. You know, the type that go to because it was in like a tavern, bar, saloon. That's like a restaurant that's got a full bar and everything. There were some regulars of the fucking bar there. Let me put it that way.
Oh boy.
Like these people literally showed up to drink beer and watch the fucking White Sox game, and then we're like, "Oh, it's Easter. That's right. I forgot. I was a lonely piece of garbage."
Now pass the corned beef hash.
Yeah, they were basically like, "Can I have some eggs and cookies? You can put them on top of each other. I don't give a shit."
Just toss it right on the Guinness.
Yeah, pour some of that there gravy over the cookies too. Nothing goes together like chocolate chip cookies and sausage gravy.
Man, I can't. No, that's an accent I can't do, dude. I can't do the
Chicago.
Chicago. I can't do it.
Chicago.
Yeah, restarting. It doesn't even show me on your server. But I just wait. We just gave her. You tagged her.
Yeah,
Hang
dude,
on.
is best idiot.
Yeah, I gave her.
You guys are double teaming this issue, and it's still not working.
No, and if I click the invite Nikki sent, it says I'm banned. What the fuck?
How do we? Hang on. I'm gonna have to go into the. All right. I'm gonna go into the. I am going to go into the bowels of the server. I'm going to enter the server's cloaca and start scooping.
How do I invite Circa to your
Oh,
server?
here we go. Oh, you removed her. Perfect.
Oh, you can get in there too?
Yeah. Well, I'm best idiot. Duh.
Ooh.
I forgot I banned these people.
So angry.
Haha.
It's just.
So angry.
He said, haha, get out of here.
I see there's a few people in here that are banned that I understand. I remember why. Because they're
but Circa wasn't
no, the people that I did ban are dickheads that I personally have dislike. That's not Circa. That's never been Circa.
That's how it should be, though, right? You ban people that you dislike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
like
so
it's your
fucking weird.
Discord.
Really?
It's scat o'clock, baby.
Oh God, I'm leaving. Matt doesn't scat.
No, we're talking about doo-doo. We're not talking. Relax. We're not talking about.
Oh God.
I hate you.
It's
You're talking the natural version.
Sylvester Stallone o'clock.
There you go. I can get behind that. Tango and Cash and whatnot.
And me. Okay, Michael. I see
Hey, how the hell did that happen? I wonder.
I don't know because I
That's
don't think
weird.
I've ever done anything that would warrant banning in your server of all
Definitely
places.
not. Dude, you know what you would have to do?
specifically
Do you know how
when
many
he banned you.
N-words with the hard R you'd have to let loose in the Discord server for us to stop you?
Honestly,
17.
I don't even think I've ever been timed out in anybody's Twitch chat.
You'd
much
have to
less-
come in here and just be throwing them.
Yeah, like
I
a
mean,
Gatling
honestly.
Yeah, slinging them like
I
mud.
don't even think. Here's the thing. I don't even think I could do that convincingly enough for Michael to buy that I actually meant it. I just so. But you know what's interesting is I was looking at someone's profile the other day who I was sure was also in this server because they're on voice frequently, and they weren't shown as being in your server either. So I'm wondering if this happened to more than one person.
Oh, wait. Now I know what you're talking about. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
I told Nikki about it because I was like, "That's weird." Like.
Okay, wait. Let me see. Moderation, audit log. Oh. Yeah, keep it up.
All right, Ella Fitzgerald. Here we go.
I'm just going after Mike.
No more scatting.
No more scatting.
I can't take it.
He's like, I can't. Please don't.
I'm looking at the audit log. I don't know how long the audit. Do you guys know how long the audit log exists for? Because I'm looking at it, and it
I
goes
don't know.
back.
You might be able to export it to Excel or something, though. But I have no idea, to be honest with you. I'm a fucking idiot.
No, I'm in the audit log for the site. I'm in an audit log for the server, and I'm not even seeing it. So shit. All it said she had fallen. Then the bot said she would banned.
I wonder what people were thinking when they saw that. Like, what the fuck what happened?
Yeah. Like, I'm dropping it in general. Here's the screenshot of what I got when I tried to accept Nikki's invite. Like
from this guild.
From this guild.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, wouldn't the user that sent the invite be the one that was banned?
No, because it was like, meaning me being the user, I'm banned from the guild. Also, I think it's hilarious that I have the little green flower that's like, I'm new here. When I just like renewed for 55
Say
bucks.
hi.
So have we thought of the possibility that Circa is just infiltrating and she's a spy?
I mean,
Hi, I'm new.
Sorka.
Hi, new. I'm Matt. That's an old person.
Okay. Damn, I'm not seeing
Corey.
it. I'm not seeing it in the mod thing either.
Is it eyes or Corey?
I mean, it's like it's so weird. Like I'm not worried that you banned me, Mike, because I feel like if I had done something bannable,
no, that would
you
be
would have
crazy.
DM'd me either telling me I was banned or like congratulating me for being so sus that I got banned.
My hands are tied. No, I'm looking at it. I got nothing.
In last winter or what's really weird, Yoji, is I wasn't even active on Twitch or in the server during that time.
Like 2021 January?
It happens.
Because holy memory, dude.
Wow.
Well, that tells you how active I am in Mike's server that I just now noticed.
You know, listen, there have been people that I have known have left the Discord. Leaving the Discord, I got no problem with anybody who wants to leave the Discord. I know I send out like daily notifications and they get annoying.
You can turn off notifications. I mean, you know me at this point well enough to know that if I were piecing out of your server for some reason, I would send you a send off DM like, listen.
Yeah, she'd be like, hey, go fuck yourself.
Pretty much. You know, orgasming is very good for your health, so really that's my way of expressing my love for someone. Like, go fuck yourself. I'm like, hey, you know.
Wow.
There it is.
Is orgasming good for your health?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say.
One of the best.
It gets the blood pumping.
It's one of the best stress relief.
Stress relief. You know, that's why so many people masturbate at work. I see.
Circa, do you see how lean Nikki's face is? You seen this lean?
I do. I've been hanging out in Nikki's server. I've gotten to see how lean she is.
Oh man, we had a blast last weekend.
God, that was
so fun.
Hey, when
I'm saying lean, and I'm thinking of the drink. Is that bad?
Nikki's full of purple drink.
Purple
best. Drink.
You gotta have some purple. You gotta have purple colored soda pop, codeine cough syrup.
Yeah, she's been drinking nothing but scissor. Nikki.
That shit is not okay. I've had
Nikki's
it before.
getting crunk on scissor.
Oh goodness. I'm internally giggling at soda pop.
When
I like to piss people off because there's always an argument, so I use them both like I'm in a fucking 1950s doo-wop band.
I mean, I piss people off even more because I'm from the South, so we call everything Coke.
Right. I heard that before. I heard that people in the South call
so like it'll literally be like,
yeah.
Hey, do you want a Coke? Yeah. What flavor? Oh, Mountain Dew.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I'm not familiar with that system.
Not the first time I've heard that.
Yeah.
I think Rum may have said the same thing, by the way. People have been known to leave without a word. Yeah. A-okay.
Bye, Felicia.
When Nikki, when Circa first saw the Nikki reveal, all the 100 pounds that you lost reveal, did you catch her licking her lips, Nikki?
No.
Did she gently mouth the words "mommy" like when she saw you?
Nope.
I mean, I wasn't on camera, so these could have happened, and she wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Did she ask that you call her?
Her French accent just came out, and then all just went from there. Next thing you know, 2 hours on the phone, and here we are.
Does she now make you call her Tia?
Have been known.
Tia Circa.
Nikki and I have been known to stay on the phone for like hours at a time.
Well, Nikki's very easy to talk to.
Yes, she is. There are a couple people from your server and your stream that I I've been known to hang out for hours on.
There are shockingly very nice people here, which is confounding for yours truly.
Waiting to hear my name.
Yeah, look, big man there.
Matt's like, hello.
He's ready to invite me over for dinner.
That's like me.
I'll even let you slap my belly.
Oh my goodness. Y'all, things are escalating.
We don't do the belly slap until before dessert. After dinner, before dessert, we get the belly slap, and then after that, it's dessert time.
Oh gracious.
You ever had cheesecake and carrot cake, 2 separate slices, but 1 spoon?
Nikki's loving this.
Oh my goodness.
Nikki, something to look forward to during the camping trip.
What?
Where
Absolutely not.
Where are you from that accent sounded perfectly legitimate, by the way?
I'm a Chicago boy.
Chicago.
So that's
From
just
like the city of Chicago.
I'm one of those Midwest assholes that's like, we're Midwest, but Chicago's kind of like the asshole of the Midwest.
Chicago is really its own like wild thing.
Yeah, it's its own economy, its own crime system, its own corruption.
Its own crime system.
Yeah, it's like
It's basically like Chicago's Grand Theft Auto. Like there's all those leveled up players already. So if you're trying to get in the gangbanging now, you're already far behind.
Hey, what's up, Rev? Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. Cause yeah, you guys should, like the Midwest. You think Wisconsin? You think
the salt of the earth people, and instead you got fucking hoity-toity Chicagoans.
And you got
Do you know how much rent is? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't live in the fucking downtown area.
I mean, talk about hoity-toity. I live in DC. Those people are.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were moving to California.
Those people know they're above you.
I don't move until like May, June though.
Oh.
I was gonna move in like January.
Yeah.
Because I had a window before because I'm in my last semester of school, so before school got super busy, but then Omicron pushed it back. And they're like, we can move you now, and I'm like, well, I can't right now. I have,
Are you moving to the mountains, the desert, or are you living in LA or one of them?
Oh no, LA.
Okay.
Because of my job. So my office is in Burbank.
Ooh, is it sad that the Burbank, California is synonymous with me with Jay Leno, where it's like live from Burbank?
Burbank. Yeah, same. Yeah.
Where's Kevin Eubanks? I want a sick guitar solo.
Kevin Eubanks of the Tonight Show Band.
I'm actually becoming Jay Leno's personal assistant. That's the job, and so.
Hey, you have Jay Leno.
Man,
I have,
that's
George
awesome.
Clooney.
I've heard he's a nice guy. I've also heard that he hasn't spent any of his Tonight Show money and only lives off of his stand-up comedy money he brings in.
Yeah, I've heard that too, actually.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy considering he's got that fucking all those cars and everything too. That's how much you make from comedy.
Well, if you invest it properly, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like a pretty smart dude. I'd be Jay Leno's personal assistant.
I would.
It would just get a little weird when the pants came down. I don't know what I'd do there. I'd probably go ahead. I mean, he is an icon.
Listen.
Which car would you do it in?
One of them that isn't tinier than me, preferably.
I would just call Matt, be like, "You're on deck. His pants are down. I'm out."
Jay, don't we have a Range Rover we could do this in? Why the fuck are we in a 1987 Porsche?
Where's the Escalade, dude?
No,
come on now.
Right?
No, take Matt to the Model T. That's where we're going.
Ooh, you could drive and get some fun in. Let's go to the mall and enjoy and take part in some fellatio.
Choose an RV. It's got a bed,
Ezra got arrested again. Oh yeah, wait, shit.
Wait, Ezra Miller?
Ezra Miller, dude, he got arrested for the 4th time. Somebody mentioned that earlier before Server showed up. But god damn it, who was it? I think it may have been
I'll look
Kabam.
see what he got arrested for. Dude, what a piece of shit that guy is.
I feel like at this point, he's got to be having some kind of breakdown, right? It's got to be. Anybody have a link to the article? Driver on this team car. He threw a chair in Hawaii and it hit a woman. No, that guy's man. Warner Brothers sure can pick him between that guy and.
So was he in a Waffle House at 1 a.m? Who the fuck else whips chairs beside Waffle House fighters?
Listen. It was a no rules match. He was about to lay down the barbed wire. He was getting the breakable chairs, and she got involved. And you know what? The ref didn't shut him down.
So I'm assuming that he whipped the chair, hit her right in the forehead, then looked at everybody else and went, "No DQ."
That's exactly right.
As she's laying there bloody.
It's exactly what he did.
So, I mean, what kind of asshole, right?
He also
goes to fucking Hawaii just to ruin people's lives.
He also did the suck it sign before he left.
Miller, who identifies as they them, was subsequently arrested at 1:30 a.m. They literally put it in this fucking article. HawaiiPolice.com wrote, who identifies as they them. How about this? Forget the pronouns. Just call him an asshole.
Notorious
Ezra Miller, who
dickhead.
identifies as a piece of shit.
Suspicion of assault.
What is he? So yeah, we're very suspicious that he whipped a chair into a woman's face.
Miller became irate after being asked to leave a get-together at a Big Island home and threw a chair, hitting a woman in the forehead. He's really turning heel. He's really going in. He's really...
He really should have been a villain in the DC universe.
No, he's just the next Andy Kaufman. He's just really buying into the act.
This is toilet paper. Yeah, I don't get this dude. I mean, he's clearly he's got to have some sort of like substance abuse, whether it be drugs or alcohol. I like how in this article they have his mugshot next to Chief Paul Ferreira, and he's all smiles. I'm the chief of Hawaii Police.
2 thumbs up. The woman refused treatment for a half-inch cut on her forehead. Miller, described by police as a 29-year-old visitor from Vermont. That's a way to describe him. Was arrested.
He comes down here trying to be all peaceful. Fucking aloha. Throws a fucking chair.
About 12 hours after Miller's arrest, the actor appeared via Zoom for a court hearing for an arrest last month at a Big Island karaoke bar. This guy's the fucking terror of Honolulu.
Dude, only like real pieces of shit do Zoom court calls on top of it. Like
well,
it's,
that might not be his fault. Some of the courts are requiring that for some
I hope it comes out that it was his choice and he's like, no, I'd rather just do it via Zoom.
Dude, Hawaiian Islanders are notorious brawlers. Like they will notoriously beat the shit out of you on that island.
I've seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I know the real Hawaii.
What does this say? Over the course of several weeks in March alone, he was reportedly the subject of at least 10 police phone calls in Hilo, Hawaii.
Wow.
Can somebody beat the shit out of the guy already?
I don't think
Can
that
he
would
fuck with the wrong one and
I
just
don't
get
think
his
that will
ass
stop
whooped
him.
already?
Filming
No, it
people
would.
at a gas station, refusing to leave a sidewalk, and arguing with people.
I'll tell you right now, he would think a different if he did this to somebody who A, pulled a gun on him,
ooh,
or B, beat him within an inch of his life. This is the type of guy that his problems would disappear pretty quickly when you break a lot of his major bones.
You know what? Normally I would say yes, but dude, I don't think this guy is all there, man. I don't think he's worth.
Maybe not, but it's Hollywood ego.
For a normal person, I would 100% say someone
Great as
slapping some sense into this guy, it would set him straight. He would think twice. I'm telling you, this guy's operating with a full deck, man. I think he's a...
Okay, you said slapping some sense. I said almost killing him.
Whatever. Tomato.
That's your slapping sense in? Like every time you've had to course correct, you beat somebody almost to death?
Yeah.
I hope you learned a lesson as you're breathing erratically.
With the butt of a handgun.
Exactly. I think he is the type, though, where if he got pistol whipped, he'd be like, you know what? Maybe I should take it easy on the wine next time. And maybe not pop some fucking meth before I go to these places.
I'm telling you, my bet this dude is mentally unhinged. There's no way this is normal behavior.
He looks like he's going for unemployed Jesus for his look.
He's handsome, though. I'll give him that much.
He's a good-looking dude. He's dashing.
Nikki, would you
He's
hit
good
it?
in the flash roll.
Ezra Miller?
No.
He wouldn't hit Nikki because he's not playing that game.
Well, Nikki hits him. He hits Nikki. It goes back and forth.
Literally punches her in the face because he's a psycho.
Isn't this the same guy that was caught on video choking some woman in a bar?
Iceland.
Yeah.
He choked a woman out right outside a bar. He knocked her to the ground.
I mean, I've never been around Icelanders. Maybe she deserved it, you know. He's in a bar.
Listen,
she said, "How you doing?"
She probably had it coming. Why is it always him? It's always him and women.
I'm telling you, he is a fucking coward. He attacks elderly people and women. If some big aloha brother came up to him and beat the fuck out of him, he'd be like, maybe I'm gonna go back to Vermont and not talk to anybody for 3 months.
I'm just gonna choke Vermont women from now on.
Yeah, I'll go to the local. Yeah, and that's the other thing is he's not doing it in Vermont because he'd get his ass whooped by real American people that are like, really? You're Hollywood. Get the fuck out. I'll step on you.
Oh my God. Why is the linked article Ezra Miller accused of bursting into a couple's room and threatening them hours after bar arrest?
He stole from them. He stole their passports, I think, and some credit cards.
Okay, so Revenge has a good point. If they keep getting up, they keep getting put down. And you have to, because if you've ever fought anybody like I have on crazy amounts of drugs, the motherfuckers feel no pain.
They don't. Their pain receptors are blocked by the
You literally, I have fought people high on both heroin and meth at the same time, and I had to put them down unconscious. There's no in between. Like, this guy needs to get knocked out, lights out, hits his head, he's got a blood spot. Like, he needs the full shebang. Notice he's not doing it in some shitty neighborhood.
Oh, he was actually.
Hawaii.
Oh, so the case was dismissed of him barging into that couple's bedroom and threatening them. A judge dismissed the case last week after an attorney for the couple requested it.
So it's not that he didn't do it, it's that they got paid off.
Yeah, apparently it says, according to court documents obtained by Rolling Stone, the couple claimed he burst into their bedroom and said, "I will burn you and your slut wife." Wow, he's just a gem.
Your 68-year-old slut wife, I'm tired of her whoring up this neighborhood. I'm gonna burn you
How dare
down.
she be a hole. I will burn you and
literally,
your
it
slut
is a fucking WWE persona.
Like, honestly.
He is heel.
He's full
heel. Let me tell you, coming to a town near you, aloha, brother. I'm gonna fucking burn you down.
He's got some cheekbones. I'll give him that.
Handsome.
I mean, he is a pretty man.
He's a little too pretty.
Nikki would give this guy a hand job. I don't believe her.
I would fuck off. Do you see
Yeah.
him in Google? Get the fuck out of here. He is not attractive.
How
Get
much
outta
is it
here.
worth?
Nikki,
You
how
get
much
outta here.
how much
You
for a
give-
hand job?
You give him a hand job.
Like, is he
You go to
saying-
one of Jay Leno's cars and suck his dick. I'm not doing that shit.
Is he saying like, yo,
I'll never get in
I'm
that
really-
Model T.
I'm really crazy. I'm into the bear look. I'll give you 10K for an HJ. Is that what we're talking? Because I start doing numbers, and the equation shifts a little.
I don't find him attractive, to be honest. Like,
I don't either.
It's because you don't like being choked.
No. Here's my theory: is he is part of the LGBT community. He is not trying to make himself attractive to women.
Oh, he's trying to make. Oh, you're saying he's trying to make himself attracted to theys.
Well, yes, he would put it, I guess. I only like the they army. No. Everybody, you people with other pronouns, you get your own groups. I am part of they. It's like a horror movie.
Yeah, don't look
They
at me,
will
you
continue.
cisgendered
Right.
pig.
He's like, he gets mad in the bathroom because he can't piss in the urinal because he's too drunk, and he's like, oh, time to whip a chair at a person.
Yeah.
Like that's Waffle House behavior.
That is Waffle House 3 a.m. behavior.
Yeah,
that is Waffle House or frat party behavior.
Yeah, that's like, you burnt my fucking eggs, and he whips the chair. Like, that's how it works. I've never been in a Waffle House brawl, but I think the energy would be amazing.
I mean, that's
Waffle House. I've never
Like,
been.
It just cracks me
been
up
in-
that Waffle
I've been
House
in-
and Ritz-Carlton were started by the same person.
Really?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Chuck E. Cheese brawls are fucking nuts too. Although
seen
I wouldn't
videos
go
of
to a
that.
I wouldn't go to a Chuck E. Cheese one. They stab and shoot at those. Waffle Houses are more than like more fisticuffs.
Gentlemen.
Go hide in the ball pit.
The ball pit.
Yeah,
the
go
ball
get
pits.
head
You
lice.
mean the ball pits that they fill with fucking razor blades?
Hmm.
Enjoy, children. Ow! What the fuck? Dude, I haven't been to
You
a
have
Chuck
to have a
E.
way for the
Cheese.
germs to get in, you know? Like,
They closed the fucking Chuck E. Cheese out here because there was so many fights happening, and they blamed it from people coming from the city to that Chuck E. Cheese that they were like, yeah, no, we're just gonna close the bitch. It's not worth it. 32, we need to go to Waffle House at 3 a.m. Dude, that would be fun. Like, I wouldn't even go there to start shit. I would kind of hope that a fight would take place that I wasn't part of, so I can just GoPro it and be an asshole and be like, "Well, star Waffle House." Sounds like fun.
Man.
I want to be in that. Like, I haven't been in that energy of, like, I've been in brawls and shit. Like, we used to fight in the woods with I mean, we literally, there was like a 10-on-10 brawl with white power dudes we had when we were in high school.
Oh boy.
In the fucking woods, like it's fucking gangs of New York. It was ridiculous. It was snow on the ground.
You
I remember
fighting
it being
old
very, that one hurt.
Bill the Butcher.
hey, KG.
KG's
Well,
here.
you know, I don't know why. I'm not blaming anybody, but it was the majority Polish populace of the area that were into the white power scene, and we were not.
Oh boy.
So we
fucking
had some brawls with them. I didn't say that. I can't get away from it. I can't. No. Vanilla face don't get away with nothing. Ain't happening.
Their chicken fried steak are pretty good.
Ooh, I love chicken fried
Yoji, you ever been inside a Chuck E. Cheese? Hello, Summer.
Like, I'm not a huge fan of pork chops, but if they're good, they're good. I'll eat them. Pork is such a fatty meat, and I just don't like fat on my meat. I'm very particular with that.
I mean, pork like tenderloin's not super fatty.
Yeah, like that is actually this summer I'm gonna smoke some pork tenderloins and probably some ribs and things like that. Cause yeah, that type of pork I like. Or if you get like the boneless pork chops that are pretty trimmed, even then I trim some more off because I'm not a huge fan at all of fat on my meat. Like if I am served a steak with gristle, that is a fail.
Oh, I'm the same way. But then of course, like one of my favorite ways to prepare pork is katsu, which is like like fried. It's like, ooh, I don't like fat
katsu.
On my meat, but
What's
like
that?
let me deep fry this bitch.
Is that a Pokemon character?
No.
Gotta catch all the calories in this sweet deep fried oil.
Yeah. No, I actually had it tonight for dinner. I went out with a friend. To this Korean
Is it
place.
like
a
sliced
romantic
or
friend?
cubed and then fried, or is it like a?
It's like you take a very lean pork chop, and you pound it really thin, and then you bread it, and it's double breaded, so it's like flour, and then you dip it back in the egg, and you dip it in panko, and you deep fry it.
Okay, so it's kind of like a pork fried steak if you're using the same logic.
Yeah,
dude, I'd all fucking in, man.
It's really good.
They do those here, but they're more like on it's like a sandwich. Like if there's a restaurant that has a fried pork sandwich, it's usually pretty fucking good.
Yeah. So then usually depending on like if it's like a Japanese restaurant, usually it's served with like curry, Japanese curry.
Ooh, you know, curries
really
are
good.
one of those things I have not experienced much of.
Oh, curry's delicious.
Neither in cooking or like here's the problem is I'm on South Side Chicago. I don't know where to go to get good Indian food. For one thing, there's like 2 places in this area of the city to get in anyways.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick pee break. I'll be right back.
Pee, and he's gonna get something from the microwave that is conveniently placed in his bathroom. He's got a mini fridge with nothing but wontons and frozen delectables, and he microwaves them as he urinates.
He just nukes it while he's dropping the juice, and then
How many radio waves are going through his brain every time he pisses?
it's the old nuke and deuce, you know.
Dude, I don't know if I could trust a micro because in my image for whatever reason it's right above the toilet. So like I don't know if I could sit there deucing it with a right above my head.
That'd be awkward for sure. You know, I
what
tend
if
to
you
just
could reach up and grab that pizza pocket right out of there? Start munching while you're on the toilet.
It's gonna be a long session, guys. I need a hot pocket, you know, like
I mean, I've already microwaved this for 3.5 minutes and I'm just getting warmed up.
oh my god. But yeah, as far like curry, like I tend to cook it at home because it's just easier.
I have to find some because I'm decent at cooking, so I know I could make it like to whatever the recipe is. But then the problem is like it's like let me look up some sort of chicken tandoori with curry sauce, and it's like wandasrecipes.com, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
who the fuck is Wanda? What does she know?
And why am I trusting her for my Indian culinary journey?
Right? She's in literally her biography is like, well, I grew up in Alabama, and it's like, what? Wanda,
You're
no.
like, yay, that's awesome. Yeah.
If I mean, not to be stereotypical, but I'm sure you make a mean grits, a good sausage gravy, and probably some really good deep fried shit, but I don't know if curry is your specialty.
That's fair. I mean, what's interesting is curry is so different based on what type it is. So like Indian curry is very different than Japanese, which is very different than like Thai.
So what type of curry is Japanese and Thai curry interest me more than Indian, but I hear Indian done well is amazing.
I mean, all 3 of them done well are amazing. Like Thai curries to me are usually runnier. They're not quite as thick. They're designed to be eaten over rice and stuff.
I like rice. That's the one carb that I have a hard time shaking.
That's mine too. I mean, I'm a quarter Asian, so like it's in my blood. Like I just
Not me. I'm just a pig. Revenge says I'm half Irish, half Swedish, yet I know how to make Asian foods. Bro, so here's the plan, right? You're gonna make a bunch of Asian food. We're gonna go out and get hammered, Waffle House it up, and then come back to Asian food leftovers, because Chinese food is my favorite. Like dude, I could eat Chinese 5 days a week. Because there's such a variety for one thing.
That's fair. I don't know if I can eat Chinese 5 days a week, but I could definitely eat Asian food.
Well, yeah,
I eat a lot of Korean food, so that's probably my favorite.
Well, see, that's the nice thing is when you find like you can tell it's a decent Chinese place out here when they have like here's the Chinese menu with your atypical shit or your typical shit, and then it's like here's our Japanese menu, here's our this menu. Like the good ones that do it well have a pretty wide berth, and it's like they go far beyond the like. So this comes with rice and an egg roll, right?
Right. Yeah. So I'm like
Filipino food. Ooh.
Filipino food is good. So like in my experience, and I mean I'm not like an expert on curry by any stretch, but like Thai curry, it's thinner. It usually starts as a paste. And then they add liquid to that, and often there's like coconut in it. Indian curry. I was gonna say I
always hear it synonymous with Thai coconut curry is always the pairing.
Yeah, Indian curry starts out with dry spices, and is often mixed with like dal or like chickpea puree, and then yogurt to make it creamy. So it's yogurt versus coconut milk. Okay. And then Japanese curry is usually, I mean, the way I do it, it starts with a roux. So you can go like to H Mart and just get like curry blocks basically.
Really?
But it's the spices.
H Mart is, but
H Mart is an Asian grocery store.
Oh, see, that's the other thing, dude. Like North Side Chicago, where I used to live, because I used to live a mile from Wrigley, like my whole life, and then we moved out here, has like Jollibee's out there. There's a great Asian American grocery store that's got tons of shit, and out here, there's none of that. Like, if I go to Orland Park, which is a 25-minute drive, I can get Trader Joe's.
Wow.
It's a little bit of a desert out here for the cultural tastes. There's
that's
small
fair.
places, but I have to. You gotta hunt them down.
I'm looking to see if there's an H Mart in Chicago.
Okay, Reven says what is Chara Subao? I know I fucked that one up. What is that? I don't know what that.
Char Subao is like a barbecued pork, like an Asian barbecued pork that's wrapped in like a fluffy bun and then steamed. Delicious.
I've had that before, actually.
They're so good.
I regularly make tiki masala or vindaloo. Those are the two dishes by a buddy of mine who lives in Texas that swears by the Indian food in Texas.
Yeah.
Those are the two dishes that, like, if you're not familiar, those are the two that'll bring you into the curry fold.
Yeah, I would say, so tiki masala. But I've had vindaloo once or twice. I'm not a huge vindaloo person. I do like jalfrezi, or I'm probably butchering that, but that's also really good, and it's not too spicy. That's the thing too sometimes.
See, that's the thing is I've gotten older. I really like spicy shit, but I can't. As I've gotten like I used to be able to, like, yeah, man, I'll eat a whole fucking bag of hot Cheetos, and now I can tolerate really hot, but like actual naturally hot foods, but shit like hot chips I can't stand anymore. Like as soon as it hits my tongue and mouth, I'm like, why do I do this? There's regular Cheetos.
Yeah, no, that's true. I don't mind hot Cheetos. I don't like the extra flaming hot ones.
It's the powder. It's just so at this point, because we my wife had bariatric surgery and we like completely 180'd our diets to be healthier and everything. That sort of shit my body does not tolerate well anymore. That unnatural fair. Like fucking like death powder.
Yeah, I try really hard to eat pretty clean, like in general. Like, I mean, I went out and had obviously something fried tonight, but that's very rare.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole point, like, and this is what I had to remind my wife about, because she's down 100+ pounds. And I had to remind her, like, the whole point of you getting the surgery, because she had the sleeve, I believe, which limits her stomach to 3 ounces. And I was like, the whole point for you is portioning. I go, that's the entire surgery. I was like, you can only handle 3 ounces. So you're only going to be getting, even if it's bad for you, you're only getting so many calories ingested anyway. So, like, eat what's good. Now, that doesn't mean, go fucking cheesecake all day. But, like, if you're having a meal, like, it's a meal. The problem I used to have is I used to love buffets.
Fair.
The fucking bottom-feeding world of food. And, like, like we're going to Michigan City with a group of people. Nikki and Bill Nash and KG's joining us. It's gonna be a fun group, fun weekend.
That'll be a fun trip.
It's in Michigan City, which the last time I was in Michigan City, which was like 5 or 6 years ago with my wife, we literally went to the casino, to the hotel that in the casino, stayed there, and then just kind of did like the local tourist thing and go to the outlets and whatnot. But the main draw to me, because casinos are, I don't really have fun in them, to be honest, was the buffet. Like, I was that guy where I'm like, I can't fucking wait to get to that casino. And she's like, oh, you want to play some cards? And I'm like, no, food. I want that buffet. I want some. I want crab legs and biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
Ooh, dumplings sound good.
I love dumplings. Dumplings are my, like, you know how people are like, I could eat pizza every day of my life. I could eat tacos every day of my life. Dumplings are I could eat this every day of my life.
I don't know what that, like, I am such a pig that I don't know what I would choose. Like, that's how, like, I mean, because I love egg rolls, but who the fuck's going to eat egg rolls every day? You would, I mean, and then there's like, is there any strategy with it? Like, is it like, when you're thinking about it, should it be like, well, chicken breast has protein and calories? Or is it just like, nah, man, Reese's Pieces?
Yeah.
White chocolate peanut butter cups, I think, is something that may be on that list.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, like, I think I've just been on a diet forever because I'm like, I just have a crap I was dealt a really crap genetic set when it comes to like weight.
Oh, well, my
and
parents,
metabolism.
it's 100% their fault. They instilled very poor dieting, and it's you're course correcting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, but even beyond that, like, my parents were my dad is in really good shape and my mom is battled with her weight, but like, they taught us healthy eating habits. It's just like my mom cooked dinner every night growing up. Like, I never got pizza or macaroni and cheese or any of that shit as a kid because my mom made dinner from scratch every night.
Well, people don't understand how big genetics are in it.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, I'm hypothyroid and they didn't figure it out until I was like 16. So my metabolism, like, set point is just fucked, essentially.
Yeah, my wife has lymphedema. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that's where she's got that. So she deals, I mean, her case was severe. She, it was one of the ones where her leg was like 4 times. She kept getting cellulitis, which is a bacterial infection.
Oh,
and
God.
I don't know how. And so basically, after one of the bouts of it, which she was hospitalized for, if it got too far, so basically there were signs to where it would be bright red and hot, and if you've already hit that point, you're going to the ER. But if you could catch it early enough, you can go away with just antibiotics and not be in the ER. But the last bout was so bad, it really ripped up her leg. It made the skin as tough as elephant skin. It was just really bad. And then it was a nurse who was like, you do realize you have this, right? And she's like, no, nobody's ever said a fucking word. I figured this was because of the cellulitis. Anyway, she got into physical therapy with it, and now her leg is slightly larger than normal, but it's soft, like it feels like actual flesh. It's doing really well. So, but that's a constant struggle. Things like when she's got to do 13-hour days, majorly on her feet. It really, her immune system takes a dive. So, and I try to cook clean.
Yeah. It's tough,
as clean as possible. We still use oils and shit, but I don't add salt to the food for a lot, and if I do, it's a dusting. We're conscious of seasonings with salt in it, as well as you got to be really, like MSG is in a lot of fucking seasonings.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
And so, we kind of tried to 180 it, but my fight is sugar. I fucking love sugar.
I mean, my thing is, my struggle is actually just like, this is gonna sound weird, but like eating enough. Because I have been on a diet for so long and my metabolism, like at one point I dropped like 120 pounds. I went from like a size like 22 to a size 4'6" with diet and exercise. A lot of weight to drop, yeah. I mean, over the course of like a year, like it wasn't like, or a year and a half, something like that.
Well, that's like the healthiest way to do it, though.
Oh yeah. And I looked great. I mean, like my toxic ex was like, you could lose another 20 pounds. And I was like, fuck you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't get that only because I'm a big dude, but like I've always worked out, and I'm actually in a period now where I'm in more or less some of the best shape I've been in a long time. But like, I'm still a big dude. I was always a big dude, big kid. And I never for me, that sort of shit, that like negging garbage, I don't understand.
Well, he was
what would
one
drive
of those
men to do that.
He's one of those people that like was blessed with an incredibly, and he worked out and stuff too, like once a week on the weekends kind of thing, but like he was one of those people who could live on like McDonald's and Dr. Pepper and still have a six pack. Like he just
He had a metabolism for it. Yeah.
he had a super well, and he walked a ton at work because his job was very active and you know things like that. And so like he just didn't get it. Like I could look at his hamburger and gain weight. I didn't even eat the damn thing. I could just like smell it and it was like, there it is on your hips.
Oh shit.
You know, like god damn it.
It's already here. You can eat it.
You know, KG, other people have certainly described him that way. I don't describe him that way. I wish him all the best and I hope he's very happy, very happy far away from me.
Wait a second, Revenge. You said you can go for up and down 40 pounds in a month? What are we talking here? Are we talking gaining 40 pounds of fat or losing 40 pounds of fat? Like that heavy of a swing?
I mean, like,
are you a tester for foods?
Yeah, like 10 to 15 pounds could be like water weight, but 40 is like a lot.
I mean, that sounds like you're going through periods of heavy stress eating and then periods of depression, stress not eating.
Well, and even that, like after a while, your metabolism will be fucked because.
Yeah.
So like that's what happened with
like
me.
Your sleep cycle.
I lost a ton of weight, and part of how I did that at first was liquid diet, which you know, like doctor monitored, which means you're eating
torture.
800 to 1,000 calories a day, and it's brutal. But what I didn't realize at the time was like how much that would just tank my metabolism overall. Because eventually your set point changes. Like if you're only eating 1,000 calories, your set point goes down.
Isn't it fuck that the body can't gauge its metabolism, but it can sure as fuck get used to things and screw your plan up?
I know, it's so annoying. So now I'm in the process of like, I got a trainer and she was like, you need to be eating like 1,900, 2,000 calories a day and working out, like lifting heavy, like 5 days a week. And this is what's going to help ramp your metabolism back out.
Let's lift weights together, Circa.
I'm all for it.
I've offered people to do that in a Zoom call, and I don't see their faces because we're talking via Discord, but I assume it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I much prefer lifting to cardio. Like,
I love lifting. That's my jam.
And I'm somebody who was gets really strong. Like that was always really fun when I dropped all the weight and I was like this little tiny, very curvy. I mean, I was never like, like a waif-like, right? Like even at a 4, I was still like a double D. Like I'm just always gonna be curvy, but I'd go to the gym.
That's classic beauty, remember. I think we should get rid of curvy and call it classic beauty because
I'm all for that.
Come on now. I mean,
but it was funny because I would go in and I would be doing like bicep curls with like 50-pound weights as my sets. And
hell yeah.
And the men would just look at me like, they would be like, what? Because I wasn't like jacked and huge. I wasn't like a bodybuilder. It's just that like lifting heavy is good for you. Like it, and
it's that heart and that blood flowing.
It would crack
Especially
me up.
Like squats. Squats are really good.
Oh, yeah.
If you do them right. If you do them bad, you can fuck up your back.
Like
By the way,
deadlift.
Revenge, that's the same problem bodybuilders have when they're not competing. They get used to such a bulk load because they're burning so much energy and they need that when they're not training and they eat anywhere close to the same, it does nothing but build fat on top of that muscle. That's why you'll see, and steroids, but that's why you'll see a just crazy fucking jacked bodybuilder with a 6-pack when he's flexing and a gut when he's not.
Mm-hmm. But it would always crack me up because you'd get guys who would like offer to like re-rack your weights for you, and I'm like, did you not just see me do like a set of 12 with those? Like I can put them back on the rack myself, my man.
So
but thank you.
The lamest like hitting on a girl has got to be, you need a spot?
Oh God.
You need somebody to check you out?
Let me check your form.
You know, if you would straighten up your spine a little bit. Shut up, dude. Like,
i.e., let me stand behind you and look at your ass, and you can't get mad.
That is and I will say, women have not helped with the yoga pants thing in gyms.
I mean, that's fair.
Well, they get those pants where they're not just yoga pants; they actually have the butt crack seam.
Oh yeah, the ruching.
Yeah,
I have a bunch of those.
And then if you have a woman who is incredibly curvy and bodacious back there, the fabric is stretched to such a degree at points, it becomes almost see-through. They have not helped themselves. Now, I'm not saying that's an excuse. I'm just saying in a gym environment, you have a lot of fucking meatheads.
I mean,
that's their direct target.
I always check leggings and stuff for like, they have to pass the squat test. Like, can I do a squat in this without it being sheer?
That's a good test, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
But my solution is just to go to the gym like either really early in the morning or really late at night when there's nobody there.
I used to. I used to power lift. My max at one point was 475 on bench. My legs are really thick, so I was squatting. I didn't do a ton of that because I didn't want to like fuck up my hips, but like I was doing 500 on the regular as far as rep. Like I have really like annoyingly tree trunk thick legs. Pants are hard to buy. I have a very long abdomen and fucking tree trunk legs.
I've got the opposite. I'm super short waisted and have really long legs.
I
So
hate it because I will get a pair of pants that fits great everywhere except my bodacious thigh.
I'm like 5'6.5", and I have a 34-inch inseam. So I buy like pants for tall people and tops for petite people.
Hey, I will say that that fashion thing is in though, the up to the boobs pants nowadays.
Oh yeah, the high-waisted.
The Stevie Nicks thing is back. That and the weird cape she wears.
Cape?
Yeah.
Chocolate Starfish. Are you talking about Limp Bizkit revenge? I'm down. I like a little Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, KG, it's an issue. It's annoying because like then when you also have boobs, it's like your waist just kind of disappears. It's like unless you wear like a bra that like lifts everything to high heaven, but then it's just uncomfortable.
KG has big titties, right, KG? Tell her.
Jesus. I have nipples.
And Mike is
milk me.
Yeah. KG probably, listen, KG is not gonna, she's not gonna flaunt it. That's why I gotta speak up for her, She doesn't want to brag
Mike,
to you.
You need to be respectful. They're called Tiggo Biddies. Come on. Get it right. The vernacular is important.
No, KG isn't as well endowed as Circa. She doesn't have F cups, but I think she's got some meaty knockers on her, if I remember correctly.
Last time Mike broke into her home in the middle of the night and measured him as she slept.
Sniffed her bras, like.
Yes. He doesn't believe in.
I stole one of her bras to use as a grocery carrier. When I'm...
he doesn't believe in tape measures. He goes by the feels, as he said, quote unquote.
Oh my goodness.
Some people who gets upset about muffin tops? Grow up.
I've got muffin top.
If you're somebody who's like really into the other person, you're like, but that goddamn muffin top, like, come on. As you get older, for one thing, you need to let go of certain things.
That muffin starts topping.
Is it blueberry?
Oh, KG's also an F.
KG? Wait, she said she's an F. Oh, I didn't even see that.
Well, she said we're the same, and since Mike had mentioned my bra, my cup size, then.
Oh, Jesus, Mike, you measured wrong.
I guess I gotta go back.
You use a better flashlight on night vision, something.
I mean, honestly, go get the one you stole, Mike, and double check it.
I measure them by weight.
He brings like a grocery
store.
store.
I would wager that most women above like a double D have weighed their boobs at some point.
So that means you have.
Oh yeah. Oh, I definitely have. Yeah.
I would be tempted to crush cans. I would go full savage with them. Use them as weapons.
Swing them around.
It's like I would be a crazy person on the street, just get the fuck out of here, whipping my boob at people.
Yep, CKG's weighed hers too.
How much do you think
Mike,
KG's weigh?
Have you ever weighed that honking penis? Huh? Is that how that works? I tried to, but then the people at Jewel got really mad at me. It's the only scale I could find.
Oh my god. Okay.
Sirens, I love them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Living in downtown DC.
Oh,
that's
boy.
all right. As it gets warmer, the windows really can't be open because they just constantly.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And he knows the chick that uses her tits as a weapon. Oh, I can't even remember. Is it Barbed Wire? The Pamela Anderson movie?
What about it?
I think she uses her tits as a weapon in that movie. Wasn't very good. I don't remember much of it. Fun fact, if you were a 200 number man, you only have to have a 4-inch penis to be hung like a horse. Oh, 200 pound man. Okay. Okay. That's... But how tall though? Because if you're like a 200 pound, 5'5" guy, then maybe not. I think if you're like 200 pounds and you're 6'2", yeah, I mean, checks out.
Did you, Circa, did you watch Pam and Tommy?
I did not.
I enjoyed it.
It was good. You know what, man? Because I was a kid when all that went down. I didn't really know or care. But I never gave much thought to what happened to Pam Anderson, the fallout of that. I just knew that, listen, you know, one day she was this person that was everywhere. And the next day she was gone from stardom. And I never put two and two together. That essentially that notorious sex tape just ruined her. It did the exact opposite that it did for Kim Kardashian.
I will say barbed wire didn't help, and it wasn't because of the sex tape.
No, barbed wire did not help, but the sex tape didn't help. That was
supposed to be her big well, I do like how it gives some behind the scenes of like how destroyed she was by it, because, you know, when you think of that industry especially, there's no like, you know, there's not like a, hey, let's think about her feelings. It's like, Pam Anderson, huh? He really portrays Tommy as a piece of shit, though.
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like somebody that isn't a piece of shit.
No. Yeah, I was actually...
Hold on, there's a weird ratio going on in the chat here. Horses weigh 1,000 pounds and have a 20-inch penis. So that's a ratio of 50 pounds per inch. Human and horse anatomy, you may not be aware, far different.
Shocking how that
works. It's the math checks out in the equation. I just don't know if like horse and human. I mean, wouldn't it be closer to be like checking out like some sort of species of gorilla and see how hung they are?
Has a man ever been offended by your large breasts?
Excuse me, madam, we cannot serve you today. Why not? Your enormous breasts have perturbed the cooks. What?
They're far too distracting. How dare.
They're far too... We understand that the amount of fabric needed is not locally sourced, but you will not be having your lobster bisque today.
KG's breasts have never perturbed anyone.
I mean...
What kind of jackass do you have to be pissed off about boobs?
I mean, yeah, like, what would that even go like, Mike? Like, what's the scenario you're imagining in your head? Because I can't, well, actually, you know, this is
I didn't want to give a scenario in my head, now I have.
Question. But yeah, like, I can't see anybody I don't think anyone's ever been offended. Certainly they've had strong reactions, but always positive and never negative.
I haven't really tried to perfect any of my voices. They're always on the cuff, to be honest with you.
I know, KG. I shouldn't have. Mistakes were made. I should not have asked.
In Mike's head, it's like, you! And KG's like, me? And it's just some dude, and he's like, your tits are distracting me! And it's like, oh, he's like, I'm trying to have dinner with my wife, and she sees me looking at you.
You and your whore wife.
That's what KG should respond with.
Naughty.
Naughty.
How dare. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have had people tell me they're distracting, but always in a
positive way.
Like, yeah, they're like, yeah, they're distracting, but like, I don't mind. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to change an oil over here. You got your fucking tits in my face.
Get these titties out of here.
In the other room. I was in the bathroom.
I'm not one to like flaunt them though either. You know what I mean? I feel like
you keep those titties under lock and key.
Yeah, I kind of do, actually. I mean, like, it's one of the... Well, for one, I'm a curvy girl, so they're proportional to me. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm a size 4 and have F cups. Like, that would... You know, I would fall over. Like, this is, you know...
They're a top, baby.
Throw a tarp over those titties.
Oh, wait, I figured it out, right? Ezra Miller, he's in Hawaii.
Yes.
He saw a woman with giant, luscious tits.
Yes.
And it angered him so much he whipped a chair at her.
Yeah, it made him just fucking lose his mind. Her tits were so big.
There is no way you should be in here with those giant, delicious tits. I'm so angry. And he whipped a chair.
I'm so angry I could throw a chair at you right now.
Somebody give me... Oh, nope, not a bottle, not... Chair. I'm gonna whip the chair at her. Don't worry, the boobs will absorb the impact.
Get you and your whore tits out of here.
Would it be crazy if that did it, and then like she just moved up a little, and the table just disperses like wood particles everywhere? You didn't know what you were coming up against, did you, Ezra?
Does KG hide her giant tits too? Does she keep them also under lock and key? She treats them like Harry Potter. She tosses them underneath the staircase.
Why is he such a good reference for every fucking butt of the joke?
KG's breasts are so offensive, they once scared an entire kindergarten class. One kid puked.
Oh, it's a big book. Oh no.
I have a friend who has like a I guess now her daughter's like 7 or 8, but like when her kid was like 4, she was in the room with her mom, and her mom had like just gotten in the shower and was like changing or whatever. And her daughter, like, she has very large breasts, but they're natural. So of course, like, you know, gravity is a thing, and they're not like just like artificially, you know, jacked up because they're natural. And her daughter like pointed at her mom's boobs and was like, I don't want boobs like that when I get old.
Oof.
And her mom was like, shoo, right? She like kicked her out of the room or whatever. So then like 10 minutes later, the daughter, or 5 minutes later, the daughter like knocks on the door. It's like, Mommy. She lets her in, and by that point she's put on a bra, right? So like everything's like in place, right? Gravity is being handled. And her daughter points her and goes, I want boobs like that. It's like, sweetie, they're the same. Like,
I don't know. I would not have reacted nicely to that. How old was the girl?
She was 4.
Oof, yeah, no, I still wouldn't have been nice.
I can't imagine saying that's my dad. Oof. I don't want my cock looking like that when I'm your age, old man.
I thought you were going to go the boobs angle. I thought you were going to still go I don't want my boobs looking like your boobs at my age.
I mean, I think they had a nice conversation about how it's not nice to comment on other people's bodies, and like, you know, they turned it into like a life lesson. But
I would say it's okay to comment on people's bodies as long as it's funny.
As long as you're hurting their feelings personally.
Yeah. You got to get the laugh.
So Revenz said, Revenz, I see a lot of that out here. A lot of it. Most of it. Oh, you gotta be careful with those elevators. You don't wanna test those cables.
Do you think KG has ever got her breasts caught in the elevator? Like they were too big, like she couldn't squeeze them in?
Evil?
KG?
Just one tit going up and down. It's caught. There's some asshole firefighter. I don't know what to fucking do. It's a boob. I don't want to get the jaws of life. I mean, it's sensitive.
I'm enjoying this. Normally, I'm the voice person, so it's nice to have someone else do that.
Matt, do you think KG's breasts are large enough to cause PTSD in a war vet?
Like, wait a second. Hold on. We gotta set up this scene. I don't know.
Using them as a weapon? Is this where this is coming from?
I don't know why, but I immediately pictured Vietnam.
Me too. That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
Nam.
Great. So there is just a soldier, and he's going through the field, and he just hears this like hum, and it gets closer, and he gets blackout knocked out by a titty. Then I think, like literally hit so hard he's out of the war. Like one of his eyes is cross-eyed now.
They sent him
like,
back home.
I think then he would be like, and that's when I got hit by the biggest tit I've ever seen. Or saw for a split second.
Yeah, KG's not allowed within 100 feet of the local VA because it's bad news.
I was doing okay. I wasn't on the booze, and then I saw that large-breasted woman, and it brought me right back.
There's a vet saw KG walking by, and boom, just like that, he was back inside, gone.
What a fucked up way to have PTSD. Like, all of your friends around you are like fucked up because they saw their buddies explode and get napalmed and stabbed to death, and you're over here like, yeah, I mean, the biggest titty I've ever seen hit me. And then I was out, and then, you know, I got spit on when I got back. Where was my parade?
I'd imagine like there has to be like in the VA, right? There has to be the Vietnam guys had it the worst, right? So I'd imagine.
I mean, yeah, they had it the worst as far as, I mean, but the problem with Vietnam is we technically lost the war politically.
Sure.
But you're also talking about a ratio of 1 million dead Vietnamese people compared to 50,000 American soldiers.
Right, sure.
So there's that weird kind of dichotomy behind it where it's like we lost, but we did some fucking damage.
We did some real damage there. But I'm like, compared to like, so I feel like you got the guys who went to Nam, and then you got I would say next in line would be the war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan guys.
No,
right?
Here's my thing. This is where people don't give what World War II credit enough.
Well, no,
the reason why
I don't count World War II. I'm just talking about like guys that you'd find in the VA now. World War II guys, they're fucking
that are
like
still around.
Yeah. No, like those obviously World War II. I actually put World War One.
Yeah, with the gas.
Far more horrific because there was shit that they did in World War One that was never done. That hasn't been done since. A lot of that being with the
literally codes were made in the Geneva Convention for that.
For that, yes, for like the poison gas. There are literal areas in France now. I think there's like a collective 200 million acres. I think it's some ridiculous number of France that is actually uninhabitable due to the trenches and chemical warfare that still makes that area uninhabitable completely in World War One. But like
like Laos is still littered with landmines.
Sure. There's actually a lot of places in the world that are littered with landmines. I think there was
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, no, there's I was watching a video of people, was it Ethiopia, Nigeria, I forget where exactly, but what they had trained rats, of all things, to sniff out landmines. And I was watching the video, I'm like, oh, one of these rats are going to blow up. But they're like, no. Because the rats are so light, you need at least like I think 5 to 6 pounds of pressure in order to trigger the mine. So the rats can literally just walk over them, and they train these rats to smell them out. So they smell out the mine.
Ratatouille for landmines.
Right? They smell out the mine, and they're able to kind of clear the area out. Anyway, so like World War II,
Doesn't that make
World
you
War
kind of
I.
feel bad for all like the lab testing we do on rats if they're that smart?
Right? I mean, pigs too, but they're so delicious.
I know that like in New York City you're fist fighting rats to get to the bus, but like it's giant fucking splinter-sized rats.
Get out
Yo,
of
you can
here.
eat your pizza? Did that fucking rat just talk to me? The fuck? Hey, I'm just trying to live, you know? Fuck you.
Hawaiian pizza. Get out of here.
You put pineapple on this shit, you fucking dog? Did that rat just call me a dog?
Yeah, no. Oh, so what I was saying, at the VA now, right? I'm telling, like the Vietnam guys and the Iraq and Afghanistan guys, they have to look down on the Gulf War guys, right? By comparison, I feel like
you didn't
Yeah.
go through shit. We
Right.
went through shit.
Yeah, it's like Gulf War. Fuck you.
What next? You gonna tell us Grenada was a war? Well, I mean, no, but Verven said that some of the people he knew got nasty burns from chemicals in the Gulf.
In the Gulf, really? Well, I guess not everybody's going to adhere to the Geneva Convention.
Well, I mean,
Rude.
we live on a savage planet.
Fucking rude.
And that's where I feel like Star Wars and like Dune and all the sci-fi really kind of get it wrong. Like they assumed as future went on, the collective would band together and create super armies and super loyalty. Anybody anywhere seeing that happening anytime soon? Like I don't see some fucking super army being built. Saddam didn't care.
That
One of
tracks.
my favorite songs from Guar is Saddam a Go-Go. Never heard it, check it out.
I actually haven't. Hence him standing trial for war crimes.
That trial was basically like, you're guilty. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Let's hang him.
You're guilty of we need a scapegoat.
Yeah, the Americans are making us do this.
Right? It's like, oh well, now that we got him gone, I'm sure there won't be a
Clinton
power
has a problem.
vacuum. I'm sure no one will want to become warlords and
This one decision would not destabilize things in any way, shape, or form.
right. No, this region is going to be a-okay now that Saddam's gone.
Just like Gaddafi. I mean, they did such a good job handling that.
Sure, man. You ever see the footage of them running him through the streets after he was caught?
Yeah. Yeah, getting sodomized with knives.
Yeah, getting sodomized with machetes, baby, not just knives.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but that's, I mean, we shouldn't have allowed that.
Yeah,
Like, that's the
KG.
problem.
KG
Used
was
them
there that
against
day.
Iran and then had bunkers of them in the desert. Chemical weapons? I like how anytime you do the arrow, 2 people automatically agree with you. The Nightbot and Mrs. DiNicola.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
So, like, are you saying they had kept like chemical weapons depots that they were in the desert? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Fuck. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point though, like, I guess there's some expectance of like they're gonna go full bore. There is no, like, they have them, they're gonna use them. And that's any world power. Anybody with too much power, including us.
KG. Circa, do you like your new job? Do you like the people you're working with?
I do. I'm extraordinarily lucky. It's been a really good fit for me.
That's awesome.
Like, I know sometimes, you know, when you go work, especially for like a really big corporation.
Yes.
Sometimes it's not awesome. But I've been really lucky. I mean, and it helps. I think there is a certain type of person they recruit for Disney. Like, I think there's a certain personality type.
Big breasts.
That they tend to. Yes, exactly. In fact, they were not totally sure, and then I was just like, let me pull my shirt down a little bit lower.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh yes.
No, you said, let me show you my Disneys. Let me show you my
Yeah,
Waltz.
exactly. Let me show you Mickey and Minnie. And
Here's the scene. She does that, and then the interviewer, his eyes pop out like Roger Rabbit, and he goes, "Look at those gazumbos!"
There you go. She's got the job.
Very. You're in. Welcome.
Yeah, it was actually a woman interviewing me, and she's
That
straight
pervert.
and married.
She could have done it too.
They call her the Louis C.K. of Disney. That one.
Oh, jeez.
No.
KG heard her masturbating on the other. She couldn't prove it, but she heard some noise.
If you knew this woman, you would be like she's like the nicest, sweetest, most genuine. I'm so sorry, boss.
She's writing emails. Do you mind if I love you?
I will not mention your name on stream, boss, because.
You mind if I maybe go to the bathroom behind you and pop one out? Or... I love the FBI sound.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, I mean, for me, it's been. I think they do certainly recruit a certain personality type.
Cutesy poo.
And so that's been a really good fit. It's been a little interesting because, of course, working for ESPN specifically, I have a very male-heavy team.
Ooh.
Like, for a couple of weeks, I was like the only female on my team, and that was a little weird.
Is that weird? Yeah, I imagine that'd be weird.
Yeah, I mean, mostly just because, like, I think it was just changed to their culture for the last couple of years. You know what I mean? Like, they got very used to it just being very, like, bro-y. And then, like, the first meeting I was on, like, you know, I pop into this Zoom meeting and, of course, you know, makeup and hair and, like, not, like, full glam, but I'm dressed for work, right? Like, so I'm wearing, like, a nice blouse and a cardigan. And they're all in, like, sports hoodies. And they're just like, what is this? This is new. This is not like the others. Like,
You gotta,
you know.
you call them the F word slur to put them in line, right?
No, of course not. But it was funny because I had all these.
Yeah.
I had all these like one-on-ones with them, you know, because like you schedule like one-on-one meetings to like get to know people or whatever, right, and sort of introduce yourself. And one of the guys, he's a product manager for the team, and he was like, we're like halfway through the call, and he goes, "I've got it." And I said, "What?" He said, "It's been driving me nuts because you remind me of like someone, and I couldn't remember who." He's like, "You're this weird mix of like Ariel and Garcia from Criminal Minds."
I don't
like,
know that reference.
And I was
Garcia.
Penelope Garcia. She's the like hacker tech girl.
Oh, I thought Garcia was a dude.
No. So she's kind of like curvy, and she dresses very like vintage and like a little bit of alternative kind of, but she's like sassy and whatever. I was like, I love both those characters, so I will take it. I'm sure he's getting the Ariel from the red hair, but no, it's been a really, really good adjustment. They're all really nice. I mean, I think it's one of those things. It's what you make of it, right? If you are approachable and you make the effort, then it's usually pretty well received. The work is interesting. It's never the same day to day, and it's real. The only thing is it's really fast paced, like because we are working in tandem with sports, like all sports all over the world. There's always some major sporting event on the horizon, and so our timelines are really tight. You know, so like we just finished wrapping. You know, like March Madness and Super Bowl happened at the same time. And as soon as that was over, then we immediately started working on like fantasy football is gearing up, right? And then in FIFA World Cup and like all of that stuff. So
I didn't know you liked the sports ball.
I do. Well, I went to the University of Alabama, so I'm a big college sports fan.
What's that? What's their catchphrase there?
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. That's the one.
Yes.
So famous.
Yeah. And then and I like college basketball too because my brother went to UNC. So, you know, it kind of bled over. So we do March Madness every year. And I think, honestly, that's kind of what sold them on me. Because I wasn't even looking for a job at the time. I went to a conference for women in tech. And I just happened to meet, like, normally when you go to those things, it's like recruiters and then like low-level people, like people who have just been hired. So, like, I'll probably go to the conference this year, right? Because executives don't take time out of their day to talk to college students. They don't care, whatever. But it happened that I guess because this is a women in tech conference, a lot of female executives see it as like their way to give back to the next generation of women. So there's a lot of execs that show up, which I didn't know. And so I had this.
Oh, wait, is this where you met your interviewer?
Yeah.
Oh,
so my
I see.
school sponsored me to go, and you have these like 10-minute, essentially elevator pitches, right? Like you get 10 minutes with people from various companies to be like, this is why I'm awesome. Please hire me. Also, like, what is it like working at your company? And I had 14 with people from Disney. And she was the second one that I did. And it happened to be right before her lunch break. So she actually took her lunch break to talk to me too. So we got 30 minutes instead of 10.
She was attracted to you right from the jump?
I really don't think that was it. I mean, I am attractive, but I don't think that was it. I really don't. I think
attracted to the interview is what
my portfolio.
Well, KG enters the room titty first, and that's all it took.
So yeah, so we like had our meeting, and then I asked for her LinkedIn, and I thought,
oh,
that was all it was gonna be, right?
Bold move.
Yeah, you gotta play the cards you dealt. And I guess she liked me enough that she sent my resume to her personal recruiter, and so then the recruiter contacted me, and I went through a series of interviews, and they were like, we actually don't have a position that you're like an ideal fit for right now, but let us think about it. And I was like, okay, because I wasn't even like thinking about jobs. I don't even graduate till May, so this was in like September. I wasn't planning on looking for jobs till like February. And they contacted me the next day, and they're like, we just really want to hire you, so like we're just gonna create a job for you. I said, okay, sure. So they did, and then we went through salary negotiations, because I had another, the NSA actually wanted to hire me from that same conference, because I have the legal background plus design, and so I was able to kind of leverage them against each other. And then they had me apply, and
is that why you're in DC?
I mean, I'm in DC because my ex-husband went to medical school here.
Oh, right. I forgot about your ex-lover.
Yes.
These two still in touch?
No. Well, I mean, if you count him, putting alimony in my bank account every month, then yeah.
That's the best kind of in touch.
But we don't talk. I mean, I would certainly take a call from him if he called me, and I suspect he would vice versa. Like, I don't have any hatred or whatever towards him, but we're not friends or anything.
Well, all right. So you're friendly, but not friends.
We're cordial. I would say that's a fair word.
Well, that's
certainly-
nice.
Yeah, it's
Has he
my
taken a lover?
friends are like, huh?
Has he taken a lover?
I have no idea because I don't talk to him. And to be honest, I don't care. Like if he has, good for him. But I don't care.
What
I mean, he's not
ethnicity
married.
do you think he'd go for?
I honestly haven't. I don't think that he would make his decision on something like ethnicity. I don't think he cares.
Interesting. Matt, you believe in this? You hearing this?
I honestly think, Mike, we might have hit a little bit of your subconscious there, where you asked the first question of have they taken a lover. I think that's you saying that would be what you'd be most worried about. Let's say you separated from the lady. First thought would be she fucking somebody else.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd go. I don't go there. I would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where.
I think your questions reveal more about you than they do about me or my ex. If we're
Inside
being really honest.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. I mean, essentially, that's this entire place.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's one of those things where it's like, for me, he and I are not together, and so, I'm fine with if he's with somebody else.
Yeah, I mean,
it does sound like
you guys don't
are
have
on
kids.
peaceful grounds.
Like you don't have children and either, so like.
Yeah, we have no kids,
So,
and the truth is that, by all accounts, like my friends and my family absolutely can't stand him, because he did some really, because he did some really not nice things that I won't go into. One, because I'm just not the type to air dirty laundry, but also because I'm not allowed to per the terms of our divorce agreement.
Oh boy.
But for me, like my dad and I had this conversation the other day because I mentioned his name and he was like, "Ugh," and I was like, "Dad, you've got to let it go." Like,
oh, your dad's still hung up about your ex?
he's just mad at how he treated me, and that's fair. I mean, that's his job. He's my dad. He's allowed to be protective, right?
Sure.
But he's like, "I can't figure out why you're not angry at him." And I said, one,
that doesn't,
because
that's a shitty thing to think. That's poor. I would expect better from your father, Circa.
I get that if you're the father and if the dude was a fucking piece of shit and you watched it happen, but the whole time you wanted to choke him.
I get
till his
now that
eyes went white.
that I understand.
Yeah.
But Circa's father not understanding why she's not mad. That I find disappointing because I think we all know that Circa harboring ill will towards her ex does absolutely nothing except hurt Circa.
Right.
Maybe he's keeping the hate on her behalf.
I think the thing is, it wasn't like a "why aren't you like you should be." It was more like it was actually, in a weird way, the way he phrased it was like a compliment. It was like, if I was in your place, I would not be able to not be mad. And I don't understand why you're not mad. Like, I can't wrap my head around it. It wasn't like a "you should be angry." It was I don't understand.
You mean to tell me you haven't slashed his tires this week?
No.
Well, that's what your dad was asking.
Yeah, exactly.
You want me
but
to?
for me, we had a lot of really good memories together, so I don't want to taint those with hating him, right?
Sure.
Two, the truth is, he's a narcissist, which means
Hey, now we're
to
talking.
some extent,
Now we're speaking my language.
well, I mean, but
bad.
and I don't use that word lightly because, I mean, you know me well enough at this point, Mike, to know that like I'm very, cautious about medical diagnoses, and he's never been formally diagnosed. But my sister-in-law is a forensic psychiatrist, and she knows him very well, obviously, and she's like, "Oh no, yeah, he's absolutely 100%."
Well, that's dangerous.
So to his, in his defense, to some degree, some of the things he did are because he's ill, right? Not because he's like just a terrible person or something.
Yeah, and narcissism is way more dangerous than I think the average person realizes. Because you think psychopath, sociopath, that people borderline personality, people throw those around. People are like, "Oh my god, this person's antisocial," or something like that. Like, "Oh my god, what they're capable of." But a narcissist is, from my experience, capable of doing really abusive, manipulative, harmful things the same way a sociopath would, except that the justifications are a little bit different.
Totally. And yeah, and I've endured some things, and luckily, you know, and here's the truth, like I don't want to say, like, it sounds weird to be like I wouldn't change that, but I don't think I would, because I actually I really like who I am, and I really like where my life is, and I don't think I would be the same person or be where I am if I hadn't had those experiences. Everyone has experiences that shape who they are. For me, his narcissism, I'm not mad at him because I feel bad for him. I don't have any room to be mad at him when I pity him. And he would hate that. He would much rather me be angry at him than pity him. But the reality is, he just, you know, he doesn't spend or waste any of his time thinking about me, because he doesn't think about anybody but himself.
There you go.
So I refuse to spend time being mad or thinking about him. Like,
no, listen, if you were to be mad or think about him, he would love it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's where I'm opposite you guys. I have a trail of bodies of everybody's who wronged me.
I am
never forget.
I am a very forgiving person, largely, to a large extent, and probably some of that is my background in legal training, right? I think I see human behavior and things slightly differently, because when you've read as many horrifying cases as I've read, or you have seen it in front of you, it just changes the way that you view those things. But yeah, I don't wish him any ill will. I really hope that he gets help, and I hope he's happy, and I hope he finds somebody that makes him happy. It's just not me. Like, I was never going to be able to make him happy. And I'm really, really glad that I got out. But
your titties could never be big enough for this guy.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I hope he's never happy. I don't even know the guy.
Well, you would, you know, most of my friends feel that way. So, you know,
I'm not so forgiving. I wish ill will upon people all the time.
I do wish ill will upon people all the time, but mostly as a joke.
Yeah.
But I definitely said on here that I hope people I know get hit by a bus. But that's mostly in jest.
I mean,
my favorite is a sewage truck.
I
hope they get hit by a fucking sewage truck. I always immediately go to the end of RoboCop as well, which I know is completely different. But...
Oh, I thought that was like toxic waste.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is toxic waste, but for me, it's all the fucking same.
It's all the same, whatever.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of toxic waste trucks cruising around.
You haven't been to
downtown.
the south side of Chicago, my friend.
Downtown.
We've got them everywhere.
Or the South in general. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not a very vindictive person.
That's good.
I
That's
work really
very
hard. Let me
good.
put it this way. I am naturally probably far more vindictive. I work really, really hard to not be, because
Yeah.
ultimately it doesn't serve me. And
It really doesn't. All it does is it poisons your soul, man. And for nothing.
It does.
What's that phrase about harboring ill will towards someone? It's like, I think the phrase was something along the lines of it's like you consuming, it's like you consuming poison, hoping it'll affect them.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's the thing, is like, he doesn't care. He doesn't care if I'm happy, and he doesn't care if I'm sad.
Right.
So me being sad about it or being angry only, you know, puts a blocker on my life and on the things that I want.
Yeah.
And as soon as I was able to sort of, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I still have a long way to go, and like, I still go to therapy every 2 weeks, and you know, I'm a big believer in therapy. It's worked really well for me. But, you know, as soon as I kind of started to let that crap go, that's when I got into grad school. That's when I got my job. That's when I started losing weight. That's when I met, you know, other people. Like, it's been good. You know, that's when my life kind of...
That handsome Asian cop.
True.
That guy that had thighs for days.
We actually we had dinner tonight, but we're not together anymore. But
you gotta stop banging.
We did about a year ago.
Damn.
Yeah, no, he's fantastic. We went out.
But no dessert?
We did. We actually went and got ice cream afterwards. But
No, I meant.
I know what you meant.
Dessert.
Contrary to how I may come off occasionally,
Chinese
I'm not
dessert.
exactly a a shy and retiring flower. I remember the first time that Mike figured that out because I think he thought I was really like sweet and like innocent, and then he realized that he was horribly mistaken, and he was like, "I did not expect."
Well,
What have I walked into?
You're a pervert under the right circumstances, is what I didn't realize.
I am
context is key.
I am a selective pervert. Yes,
There
that
it
is true. Yeah. One of Mike's favorite pastimes is seeing if he can, make me uncomfortable. He hasn't really succeeded yet, but or it's rare. Put it that way.
I feel like today's strategy was more tit talk.
That's just my
Mike's
default.
gonna do a TED talk on tits.
Any excuse to bring
I'd
up
watch that
KG's enormous pendulous breasts. I gotta just jump on
Why
that
do you have
opportunity.
to add pendulous? Like it's such a it's such an unappealing descriptor for breath.
It makes well, you know what? It really it paints a picture.
It does that. That is true.
Pendulous. I was in a room and all I could hear was the swinging of a grandfather clock. In walked KG.
KG.
Pendulous. It's like somebody writes that in their journal but doesn't say it out loud. Like, I saw this woman with these giant pendulous breasts. That's a weird. This is a bit of a weird thing to say.
It makes you sound like a cow, says KG.
Oh,
It really kind of does.
No. Well, KG.
As someone with similarly sized breasts, I'm offended for both of us, KG.
Okay.
I'm offended on your behalf.
Way to go, Mike. You've offended another community.
The large-breasted community.
The large-breasted community.
How dare you?
You don't know how vicious they can be.
Write a letter to your senator.
You're gonna get
Your
knocked
alderman
out with
can
a
help
titty.
Your alderman.
Right, your local alderman.
He's the scourge of large-breasted women.
Can you imagine an alderman's campaign? I'm tired of big-breasted women in my neighborhood. We've got an epidemic going on.
As you see his wife behind him, scowling at him.
Yeah, I'm not supporting this. I am. I'm tired of these titties being everywhere. Sir,
I
this
saw
really isn't the platform
I
you
saw a
wanna
kid
do.
from a kindergarten class puke right out of the bus window. He looked at
Children
him.
in the streets puking from these bodacious boobs. I can't handle it.
I saw a gentleman go into shell shock right outside the VA.
You know how many bicyclists have reported running into moving vehicles looking at these giant pendulous boobies? That's the type of dude that would use that word.
There it is.
Just a fucking weirdo.
The funniest part of this to me is that like any woman with large breasts like doesn't leave them out and swinging around because it's painful. Like women with large breasts lock those puppies down because it's way more comfortable.
Yeah, that probably would hurt.
It does hurt. Like if I have
Back
to do any
issues.
sort of like, if I'm doing a class or something that involves like jumping or is a high impact, whatever, if I'm doing like a HIIT class or like a boxing class, like I double sports bra. I have to because it's uncomfortable otherwise.
Ouch.
My wife has basically said coming home and taking the bra off is a must.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like a sigh of like, it's like your first piss while you're drinking. It's just like,
Well, especially
she says
because
it's
like
terrible.
to properly support a bust of that size, you have two options. Either like lock them down into uniboob territory with like a sports bra, or lift and separate, but that involves underwire, which is really uncomfortable, right? Like imagine you had a set of wired cups boosting your balls. Like it'd be really uncomfortable.
Oof.
That's like
I mean, sounds like a fun Saturday night.
I heard KG once bursts out of her bra and the collapse was like a full-on projectile. It almost took somebody out.
buttons flying everywhere.
It took out one of our security cameras.
Their superpower.
They stabbed you in the ribs.
They do. Oh yeah, KG. The worst is when the underwire pops through. Like if it the bra is defective and it pops through the fabric, it like stabs you.
Wait, how common is a defective bra?
Pretty common.
Fuck.
Yeah, because like the underwire goes in a channel like right underneath the breast, like around the base of the breast tissue.
Breast base.
And it has like a little sort of usually like a felt or like a not a felt but like a soft touch lining over it. But if you shift too much, or you're containing something that has momentum, right? It has boobs move, and so the underwire shifts, and it can pop through that that lining, and it will stab you like straight in the side or like in the middle.
Ouch.
Like I've literally had bras like draw blood before.
KG, I don't want to imagine being randomly stabbed in the testicle. Doesn't sound like a fun time.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, yeah, and here's the other thing. So like if that happens in the middle of the day, you have to wear that bra, because your clothes, like your breasts in that bra, are a massively different shape than your breasts out of that bra, which means whatever outfit you wore, unless you're just wearing like a hoodie or something, but if you're wearing anything fitted or like a blouse, you have to wear the bra, because otherwise your clothes don't fit correctly. So I have straight up duct taped like an underwire back into a bra, or like scotch taped it in there, or just pulled the underwire out entirely, you know, because the show must go on. Like, you don't have an option, you got to wear it.
Jen has pulled out the wire from her bra much like a tapeworm. I've seen it.
Well, and the other thing too is a lot of these bras, if you're large breasted, they'll have not only underwire under the cup, but they'll also have like boning in the sides or in the back to help like support the band. And so like that can be really uncomfortable.
Reagan, we're talking about titties. What's up, buddy?
The science of titties, though.
The science of breasts. Starring
To be honest,
Gael
I
Garcia
found,
Bernal.
So is there a like inner fight between ladies with large breasts and ladies with small? Like, is there a...
You're not here for the orgy?
There it is. Reagan Lodge is rating me with a party of 33. Hello, Reagan Lodge. Hello, fellow lodgers. It is I, your most magnanimous illustration host, Michael S. DiNicola. I'm just doodling right now, but let me show you something I've worked on that you guys might like more of. Here's Ronnie the Witch. Ronnie the Witch from Elden Ring. I did this the other day. This was a fun one to do. I wonder if I have anything fun. Let's see. Oh, here's a character for my friends Indiegogo Eric Canetti. This is a character from the graphic novel Arc Athena. His name is Heavy Gun Havoc. What else do I have for you? I got a Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Discussed this the other day.
You're the best.
I've got two cameras. One, oh, here's one you might enjoy. Midnight from My Hero Academia. You guys can see my hand working. Let me see them fingy work, fingy work. Left cheek, right cheek. Hello, everyone. Do you guys like My Hero Academia like I do? Oh, nice. I know, Eric. Loved Arc Athena. I literally have. I've got issue 1 right here on the desk. Of Arc Athena. It's an excellent series. I highly recommend you guys go check it out. Reagan, what's new, buddy? How art thou? How are you? What's news, man? It's so awesome. Eric's inks are simply otherworldly. His inks are amazing. I'm very much lucky to call him a friend. I'm collecting a network of Michaels. Hello, Michael St. Joseph. I learned about Eric from Michael Bancroft. That guy, that's the Australian dude, right? Hello, Raider. Howdy. Welcome, everybody. Well, Reagan, were you working on your comic today? I gotta say, Reagan, I love your inks, man. I love your line work. It's so energetic. It's so clean. It has that kind of manga feel, at least to me. I really, really appreciate it. It's been a busy month. Long story, just crazy busy stuff going on at the farm I live on. But I'm back to streaming, just inking pages tonight. Drop your social media, man. Let's take a look. Hey Reagan, do you color your own work too? Because I know Eric hired a colorist for Arc Athena because there's a lot of work on top of the work he was already doing. But my friend John Amore, he does a webtoon called Urban Animal. He colors his own stuff, and he turns out like 7 comic book pages a week, both inking, penciling, inking, and coloring all his own stuff. He has somebody else put the word balloons in and all that, but the rest is all him. Reagan is a psychopath and does everything himself, for sure. Wow, here's my link tree with all my socials, plus my graphic novels main pages right here. There you go, guys. Click that link. Check out Reagan's stuff. I just, I nuked my Instagram. What I did was ooh, man, ooh, you paid for the nice link tree. You really jazzed yours up, baby. I didn't pay for the link tree. I just got the shit one, where it's like one color scheme. Hot dog, man. Guys, here, I'm gonna pull up Reagan's work so you guys can take a peek on his Instagram. I deleted, like I said earlier, I deleted my entire Instagram. And started from scratch.
Why did you delete it all?
I was shadow banned. The gram. Ooh, look at you. A pencil sketch? Is this a traditional pencil sketch? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Getting your computer fixed? Would you look at that? Ooh. St. Christopher, legendary canine. Beautiful. Yeah, regular old Kurotake. Wow, I used to have one of those. That's the one that's supposed to spin as you draw with it, right?
Yeah, it rotates so that the lead stays even.
You sketched a Goots. Look at this Goots. Ah, Instagram locking me out. I hate it when it does that. Instagram lets you like look at like
beautiful, Reagan. Holy crap.
Gotta say, man, I love your use of blacks. Them fill in blacks. That spot inking. I've always been a giant pussy when it comes to spot inking. I just can't commit to all that black. So that's something I need to work on. Blame the system, not the player. Honestly, if you can make a living without needing social media, do it. I can't make a good living doing it. So no, I've returned to social media. If I had a large enough community where I could live insularly from the large social media, just social media at large, I would do it. But
Bang, bang, you're the best.
I cannot, not yet. Oh, thank you for the follow. Once you go black, thanks, man. This is my first pencil sketch in years. Normally graphite is a mega weak spot for me. Man, that transition scares me. I think it made me think my PC died. Why, thank you. I do like to scare and titillate.
Blue screen it up, baby.
Also, oh, I should introduce my friends on Discord with me. This is Circa-chan and Nerditude,
Hello.
aka Maddie Cakes.
Hello, welcome all raiders. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, no, we were just shooting the shit. Generally, we just we talk nonsense and I draw while I doodle. Yeah, I'm not there yet. If I get enough people signed up to my Telegram and mailing list to not need Twitter and Insta anymore, I'd do it. We'll see if that ever happens though. Oh, that's smart with the Telegram and mailing list. That's a nice way to like keep yourself safe from being shadow banned from. Because even if, dude, I've seen people lose Discord servers with like tens of thousands of people in them, just get banned, like just shut down the entire server. I'm like, could you imagine if you built a community, like a vast community on like a singular social media platform, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Patreon, Discord, whatever it might be, and then you say something, you slip up, you screw up, you make a mistake, you know, I don't know, man, you retweet the wrong person, and then boom, just like that, phew, gone, wiped out. Terrifying.
Yeah, cancel culture is a thing now.
It is a thing. It's a
Honestly,
scary
that was
thing.
one of the big reasons I went back corporate instead of being freelance. Because I was like, I can't count on myself to never say something stupid. So.
Yeah, no, listen. Oh, Reagan, do you worry about that? Do you worry about slipping up? Screwing up? Yeah, it's awful how these platforms start off as open and Wild West and then build their net worth on the backs of indie content creators, who they then end up screwing over with algorithm shadow bans, arbitrary TOS changes, nebulous TOS changes. Man, I can't stand... Twitch is actually one of the worst offenders when it comes to their very vague, very non-specific terms of service that's ever changing. It allows them such a vast leeway to inhabit as far as what rules you may or may not break depending on who's looking at them, like who's watching your stream. It sucks.
Or what rules they made up on the spot.
Right. I would start using Telegram just for whatever it is there. Oh yeah, me and Cancel Caroline.
Twitch is the holy
Wait, did you get
of
Reagan? Did you get in
stuff.
trouble? Actually, I met a guy. This dude by the name of Yale Stewart. He's a bud, I'd say. Fellow Twitch streamer. This dude, back in like 2012, 13, he sent his dick out. He sent his dick to a few people that I believe he was sleeping with, or I think the story was he sent his dick to a gal in comic books that he wasn't dating anymore, but you know, he thought they were still on that level, but they were not.
Dick pic level.
I think like he thought like they'd hooked up a bunch in the past, but like hadn't, and he thought they were still at that place. They were not. And I think she went to like Bleeding Cool or something, was like, yo, this guy sent me his dick. This guy's toxic. And I think he had
So
to
maybe
apologize.
there should be a form, like a text message form that you send out, like, are you open to these? Do you subscribe to the dick pic?
Yeah, what do you think
newsletter?
about this dick? But you know, like he apologized and all that, and I think he was canceled for a bit. He came back, but I remember I met him not too long after he was dealing with that. And we were having a cigarette outside of some convention center that I was doing, and I'm not one to make friends at cons with new people, but like I bummed a smoke off him and we started shooting the shit. And then later on the night, we were having a few drinks. My drinks were alcohol free. And he was like, I gotta tell you, man, you might not know this, but if you Google me, you'll see I got into some trouble not long ago. I thought he was gonna say like some like Epstein or Cosby level shit, but it wasn't anything like that. So I don't care. But no, Reagan, what happened to you, man? I like Twitch, but I'm under no illusions about how thin the ice is here. It's so thin, dude. I could see why you went to Telegram and mailing list, man. It's the only way. Yeah, I get flack for being friends with problematic people. Uh-oh. Dude, I've had people from Comicsgate hang out on the stream and in the chat. And I know Comicsgate gets a bad rap because there's a couple bad actors who are part of Comicsgate, but when you got an organization, it's not even an organization, it's such a loosely defined group of people. But when you have any loosely defined group of people, you're bound to pick up a few assholes. That's just how it is. That's just how humanity is. At the guaranteed, you grab 100 people off the street, doesn't matter what color, race, creed, gender, sexuality, whatever. There's bound to be a piece of shit in there. It's just numbers. So yeah, you're gonna get a few fucking dickheads. But I try not to judge anybody based on that stuff. I try to judge them based on what I know of them. But this is not, we don't live in that age of discussion. We live in a cancel culture world, a world in 140 characters where you retweet the wrong thing, you like the wrong tweet, you God forbid misspeak, you screw up somebody's pronouns, and you're fucking you're done. You're done. For sure. I'm friends with CG people whose art I like. I'm also friends with Doug Tenapple, who's mega controversial guy because the hardcore. Oh, is Tenapple the Earthworm Jim guy who doesn't believe in like gay marriage, that kind of stuff? Is he that guy? But he's been there for me during some of the darkest times in my life. Listen, I've been friends with evangelical Christians and born-again Christians who were very vocal about how God feels about homosexuality and abortion and all that stuff. And I vehemently disagree with those points of view. I do. However, just because somebody has an opposite opinion from yours truly doesn't mean I can't befriend them or, or be kind to them at the very least. But again, man, this is not the world we live in. Most people expect their general circle of friends and influencers. They expect them all to echo a similar sentiment, because God forbid you don't. Toe the ideological line. Say goodbye to your livelihood. Matthew.
I mean, honestly, look at us, Mike. Like, I'm Christian. We're friends.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry.
You know?
What was that? I was reading something.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't mind being friends with
Mikey.
Christians.
I don't claim to be a Christian.
No, no, I know.
I have no religious affiliation.
But like, just in general, man, like, listen, certain Christians, not all Christians, but certain Christians have very strong opinions in regards to being pro-life or feeling a certain way about homosexuality. Again, these are opinions that I strongly disagree with. And you know what? I'm happy to have a discussion, but I'm also very equally happy to not have that discussion, because people have a very clear point of view on that, and that honestly, it's none of my fucking business.
Well, and the thing is,
I don't care.
They're just as entitled to have that opinion as you are to have yours. Now, everyone needs to be respectful. It's one of those things where it's not that you may not be incompatible as people. Like, maybe your beliefs aren't the same. But for me personally, like, I mean, and granted, I'm not like the most, I don't go to church every Sunday, and I'm not like, I'm not the most vocal about my faith all the time. But if people ask me questions, I will answer it honestly. And like, I've had discussions about religion with people, but it's a discussion. Like, I want to talk to people who don't share my beliefs, because I think it's important to evaluate those beliefs frequently. Like, as opposed to like deciding one thing when I was like 15 and then being like, this is just what I believe. Like, if you can present a valid like argument as to why I shouldn't feel that way, then I'm open to changing my opinion. Right? Not everybody feels that way. But I think particularly like with like pro-life and stuff, there's a difference between, like, I personally draw a distinction between what I feel is correct or right on a personal level and what I think is correct on a political level. Like, I'm extremely pro-choice when it comes to politics. Even though I would not make that decision were I faced with that situation. And personally, I'm pro-life. I don't think that it's my right to force that belief on other people. And our system should have separation of church and state. So I'm very firmly pro-choice when it comes to legislation, which weirds people out. They're like, that's super weird. And I'm like, well, sorry guys, like, that makes sense to me,
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I think we've gotten to this point in our society in general, and I mean, cancel culture is part of this, and where people just want to shout into a vacuum and be validated. They don't want to actually have like a measured discussion, right? They either want to lecture someone or they don't want to talk about it.
Well, you're definitely going to be hearing from my Twitter followers, say that much.
Yeah, send the hate her way.
That's completely fine.
Yeah,
I
all
never get
193 of them.
I never get on Twitter unless it's to complain about the service I received somewhere.
I literally only use it to tweet that I'm going live, and that's it. Like, I did a couple tweets while watching Batman last night, and nobody even looked at them. So that tells me, like, stay the fuck off Twitter in general, even for positive, just to go live.
Yeah, I don't bother with Twitter. Instagram's really the only social media. I guess in TikTok.
Reagan says I got flack for having one of my drawings retweeted by Jordan Peterson. No shit.
Oh wow.
Wait, what did he retweet, man? What'd you draw that he liked?
Seriously, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's dope. Again, Jordan Peterson, a controversial figure, one whose opinions there's some stuff he says that's very common sense, helpful. I think there's a lot to learn from the things he says, but I disagree with him on some points too. Like you'd imagine just about everybody. But again, man, people fucking hate that dude. Just out, like they might not even know a damn thing about him, but hate him.
I mean, I think the point is, regardless, that's kind of amazing exposure.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, it's normal. It's like, oh, my friends hate this person, so I'm gonna hate them. They don't bother to, people are sheeple. And they don't make the decision for themselves.
I try not to have those discussions on anybody. Like Mike, unfortunately, I've been on his stream, and even when I was trying to stay out of that one, I got pulled into it.
Oh, is it the one with Bernard Chang, that one?
Yeah, he was so hot at Eric that he was just like, no, we're fighting. It's like, oh.
You know what it is, man?
It's
I
hard
think
for me to imagine anyone fighting with Eric, because Eric's just, I can just see Eric being like, no, children.
Well, Eric also did the thing of like, here is all of my opinion, and I'm gonna reiterate it, and then bye.
I gotta go.
Oh God.
So like, I think Bernard was still pretty hot about it, and just he wasn't allowed to get his out at Eric.
I think you know, as they both feel so strongly about it, and they're both their opinions. Reagan, if you don't know, Eric Kennedy was on the stream, and Bernard Chang, comic book artist extraordinaire, Bernard Chang was also on the stream, and we were talking about diversity and inclusivity in modern mainstream comic books, and the pitfalls of it, and I don't want to reiterate everything, but there was I think a real discussion to be had, a real, not just bickering and yelling, but they both had really excellent points that they were discussing. Unfortunately, Eric had to leave, but I think things did get a little hotter than I'm used to them being here. For the most part, we generally keep things pretty tame, but you know, again, man, these are things people feel very strongly about them. Let's see, naturally, by chance, I end up grouping with people who either share opinions with me or people who are just nice outside of what they follow. Some people will just never approve of you. It's not about what you do, it's about who you are to them. They just hate you and look for a reason. It was that St. Christopher drawing I did for Jonathan Pagao. I don't know how to say his name. Pago is a friend of mine who's also been on Jordan B. Peterson's show. It sucks that we live in a time where people assume you endorse everything someone says if you issue a 5-paragraph disclaimer, unless you issue a 5-paragraph disclaimer for quote-unquote clarification. I barely heard of Jordan, so no idea why that's controversial. Jordan B. Peterson, if I remember correctly, a handful of years ago, he gained notoriety as he was a Canadian professor of a university that was, I believe there was a bill that was going to be passed through Canadian legislation. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just, this is just basically from my shitty memory. That was going to force you to compelled speech. That was his platform. That
his whole gripe was that they were trying to legislate speech.
Yes, that he believed that he shouldn't be forced to he should not be punished by the government for either misgendering someone or not complying with their preferred pronouns or whatever it might be. Not that he wouldn't, but he openly
speech. Said that he would respect pronouns, but he doesn't want to be legally made to.
Exactly. Matter of fact, there was actually, for those of you who are curious about this, just the other day there was I don't know if it was Ohio State University or a university in the state of Ohio, but there was a professor who sued the university. I'm pretty sure if you Google University Ohio professor compelled speech, this happened in the US. This professor, there was a student in his class that was a biological male and wished to be referred to as a woman. And the professor said, I am a devout Christian. I believe that God created man and woman. I will not be referring to you as a woman. But he did offer a compromise. He said he would refer to this person as whichever name that they were given. So if their name was Karen or Alex or whatever it might be, he was willing to do that. But that was not enough for the student, and that was not enough for the school. And I believe the school attempted to punish him by not complying. So he, of course, sued. And after 3 years, he won. And I believe he was awarded in the lawsuit about $400,000.
$400,000. It was at Shawnee State University, and then the professor's name was Nicholas Merriweather.
Nicholas Merriweather.
Philosophy professor.
Right. And I believe his argument was it goes against, was it free speech or freedom of religion to compel him to comply? It was one of those two.
You're not here for the orgy?
Hey, Mike, I gotta run.
Yes. Oh,
You
Bernard
have
Chang.
yourself a wonderful...
Bernard Chang. I was just talking. We were just
Bernard,
talking about
we
you,
were
buddy.
talking about him. Damn, I'm gonna miss him.
Bernard
What's
Chang.
up? Hi, Bernard.
Bernard
All right,
Chang. I
gotta
called
go.
you. I
have
called
a-
you comic book extraordinaire Bernard Chang.
He
You
did.
did. You are lovely. Have a good night, guys.
All right, bye.
Bye, Matt. Hey, what's up, Bernard Chang? Yeah, Reagan Lodge literally just hosted me. Bernard Chang, what's up, dude? I was listening. I literally just pulled up your YouTube and was watching you. I was watching your live on YouTube when I was peeing and I was making a snack earlier. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, everybody. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, you were doing there it is. Actually, it still says you're live on my
Bang, bang, you're the best.
on my YouTube. It says you're live. Look at the gang. Wow, this is a dope drawing. Guys, look at that. Look at him go.
Nice. This is why you called him comic book extraordinaire.
This is why I called him comic book extraordinaire Bernard Chang. Shrouded Lewis, thank you for the follow. Do I have anything cool to show? You know what? Here, I sketched this. I sketched for any of you Harry Potter nerds. I sketched a gal from Slytherin last night. This is what I did. Comic book legend. Hey, Kabong. I thought you weren't going to color this one. I know, Kabong. You know what, man? Bernard, I don't know about you, but I don't like coloring my own work. Coloring is it's a point of contention for me because it's a very weak area for me. But I've been trying to color my stuff more often than not. I've been trying to color, I've been sticking to mostly monochrome palettes, and occasionally I mix it up. Like I said, coloring is tough for me. It doesn't come naturally. I wish it did, but it's something I got to work towards. So I'm trying to get my reps in. For those of you who are fellow artists, practice makes perfect, and the more you do a thing, the easier it should get, as long as you're working with deliberate practice, not just regular practice, but like specifically learning what you're doing. Guys, what else did Bernard get into today? Like, Kabong's like, I thought you weren't gonna. I know. Earlier today, I made a very loud proclamation that I would not be coloring this piece, and then sure enough, now I'm coloring it. Just very basic colors, though. Very, very, very basic colors. Anyways, I got to run, but I join your Discord. See you around later. Reagan, thank you so much for being here. Let me get a shout out to Reagan Lodge and a shout out for Bernard Chang. Shout out Reagan. Shout out Bernard. These are both incredible artists and friends and just sweethearts. I consider myself very lucky to just have such awesome fucking artists in my stratosphere, or my area
community.
Thank you, that's the word I was looking for.
His community. Eat something yummy, Reagan.
Ooh, I wonder what he says. He lives on a farm. I wonder what he's gonna eat.
I don't know. He said it's time for dinner though, so I assume.
Let's look at some of Bernard's work. We were just looking at Reagan's work earlier, which is all excellent. God damn it, Instagram, come the fuck on, man.
I hate to leave you all by your lonesome, but I'm gonna hop too. I have to get some sleep, and I've still got a phone call with somebody on the West Coast. So.
Okay. Go get to sleeping.
I will talk to you later. Bye.
Catch you later, Serga. This is Bernard's work. This is Reagan's work. You guys should absolutely go say hi to them. Give their channels a follow. They are awesome. Guys, you hear Ezra Miller got arrested again? We were just talking about this before. Ezra Miller was arrested for, I think it was assault again. He threw a chair at a woman. That guy's been getting into all kinds of trouble lately, and I'm now under the opinion that Ezra Miller is having some kind of mental breakdown. It's because it's so much at this point. It's so bad that I don't think anybody in their right mind would continue to do what he was doing unless they're having some kind of breakdown. Because Ezra Miller is looking at losing his entire livelihood. Ezra just does not want a career. Seriously, I think he needs help, man. Like at first I thought, oh, you know what? This is just another like Will Smith kind of thing, just a delusional celebrity that thinks they can get away with anything because due to their celebritydom, because of their fame, because of their power, because of their money, they could just get away with, practically, whatever charges. As long as they're not too gruesome, right? But now I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's the Will Smith thing. I think this guy's having some kind of breakdown. I think this guy's having some kind of mental, I think Ezra Miller is having some kind of mental health issue, some kind of episode. Apparently, he has been the source of at least 10 calls to the police since the beginning of March. Right? Yeah, no, dude, that... I get the inclination of being like, oh, this fucking Hollywood privileged so-and-so. And, you know what, you might not be wrong. Like, there might be a little bit of that. But I think just because he's a privileged Hollywood elite type doesn't mean he's not having some kind of mental breakdown, some kind of, who knows, man, maybe a nervous breakdown, I don't know, but it's not looking good, man, because any person in their right mind would know that you're going to get fired from all your jobs. And not only are you going to get fired from all your various Hollywood jobs, say goodbye to any future work you might be getting to, or you would have gotten if you weren't acting like a complete lunatic. Yeah, man, like I feel like that's there's no way a normal person behaves like this. Gonna get booted from two massive franchises, even though Fantastic Beasts is waiting. Yeah, Fantastic Beasts, and imagine not being in, just like the fact that you're not one, but you're in two giant franchises as a pretty major player. Like that they were movies centered around your character. Like that's the thing of dreams, man. There are people who have lived and died in obscurity attempting to get that dream, that Hollywood dream. He'll just get straight up blackballed. Yeah, he will, but it won't just be Warner Brothers. If he gets a reputation for being that difficult and that insane to work with, that unhinged, he's done, man. He'll just disappear like so many others before him. And they'll do it too, because they have. Look at Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire, notoriously difficult to work with. He had a great run in the early 2000s, But then, like, what, after 2012, nobody gave a fuck about him? Like, you couldn't find Toby in a movie for 10 years, at least not a big blockbuster movie. Look at Brendan Fraser. From the 90s to the early 2000s, that motherfucker was in so many goddamn movies. From Encino Man to The Mummy to George of the Jungle to like every... The dude was just fucking all over. You couldn't... Brendan Fraser was everywhere. And then... It wasn't because he was difficult to work with. It was because he got into some shit with Hollywood. But they dropped him like that. It was Brendan who? They will do this. They have done this before. There are people who look like they'll be in Hollywood forever, and then here one day, gone the next. It happens all the time, man. So yeah. I thought Brendan quit because he was abused. I don't think he quit. I think he got abused, and then he was vocal about it, and I think they just stopped hiring him. That's what I'd heard. But he made his way back, and he's crushing it on Doom Patrol. He's crushing it on Doom Patrol, and I feel like I've seen him in something else recently too, where he was good. I mean, but that's many, many, many years of him just not being there. And yeah, sometimes people do leave on their own accord. Like Rick Moranis, for example. His wife passed during the height of Rick Moranis' popularity, for those of you who are old enough to remember Rick Moranis. So like right in the height of his like Ghostbusters, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Spaceballs, like, you know, those 80s movies everywhere. And then I think his wife passed, and I think he had the epiphany that life is too short and he's going to be a dad. I'm pretty sure that's what he's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to be a father first. See you around, Hollywood. Time to go back to Canada. Fraser's going to be a villain in the Batgirl project, if I remember correctly. Ooh, I'm down for that. You know, I've been tinkering with this thing for hours. I think it's, I don't know if it's done, but it's just about done. For those of you who don't know and haven't been here before, I am a tinkerer. I'm constantly noodling with my art, noodling and noodling and noodling. This thing was probably done hours ago. All right, I am going to just quickly grab a drink because I'm thirsty as hell. My mouth is so dry. I'm not high. I just have incredibly dry mouth. I don't know why. I ate a cookie. That's it. I'm going to be right back. Right back. Just gonna get some water. See, empty. Back. I'm back. Hello, Stelio. I just went to get something to drink real quick. That's all. I'm back. Are you guys going to any conventions this year? Has anybody watched Batman on HBO Max? I'm thinking maybe I'll watch Batman tonight. thinking about it. Oh, is anyone excited for Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness? I picked up tickets for Friday night. Doc Strange. Opening day. I know technically it opens on Thursday. Thursday's the, you know, the preview day. But I'm gonna go Friday instead. Maybe I should, you know what, in hindsight, maybe I should have got Thursday tickets instead, because you know what, one of my favorite things, one of the reasons why I love going to Marvel movies, opening day is because I love there's like a vibe in the air for fans of the MCU. They're so damn excited, and that excitement it's contagious. And I do wonder, Marvel's made some, I'd call them missteps in the last couple years. I'd say with the Eternals was one. A few of the Disney Plus series are pretty lackluster, or at the very least they're a little hit and miss. So WandaVision, I think the ending was very lackluster, but I think there was a lot of stuff that happened throughout the series that was pretty damn compelling. But I think, yeah, the end, they lost me. I was disappointed in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I thought there might be more. I thought there might be more to that series. I liked Hawkeye, but you know, I think that was a solid introduction to the character of Kate Bishop, but inevitably just okay. Like it was nice to see that the Kingpin had crossed over as well. I mostly enjoyed the Disney Plus show, but yeah, Eternals wasn't great at all. Plus Shang-Chi was dope. Shang-Chi was good. I know there's some people that were not fans of Shang-Chi. I thought it was enjoyable. I thought I had a solid time in the cinema watching it. With that said, I mean, I don't know if I'd put it in Marvel's top 10 though. As much as I enjoyed it. Doctor Strange has so much going on, it could be messy. It could be. I think, listen, of all the movie studios, I trust messy with Marvel more than any of the others. I think they've handled it better. They've got a much better track record. Like Sony by themselves, absolutely not. Especially after Morbius, Venom 2. Do not trust. But Marvel, man, in regards to like Civil War, Endgame, Infinity War, No Way Home, they've figured out a way to kind of balance a giant roster of people. So yeah, also it's Sam Raimi, and I'm really curious to see what that guy does in the MCU. Again, man, when it comes to like big blockbuster superhero films, man, Raimi is one of the guys who, you know, that first Spider-Man movie really changed things. That also paired with Blade, you know, in the early aughts, like they set a tone, man. Yeah, Raimi was like a pioneer, you know? You know, it was like Sam Raimi ran so that Kevin Feige could fly, type of thing. Someone did a Photoshop of Luke Evans as Namor, and Luke Evans. Who's Luke Evans? Raimi is one of my favorites with Army of Darkness. Sure, man. Bruce Campbell definitely has to make a cameo in Doctor Strange, right? There's no fucking way we don't see his ass show up. I will be actively, if I don't see Bruce fucking Campbell show up in a cameo in Doctor Strange, I will be visibly
Twitch
upset.
Baby with Mikey D. I am special AF.
Yeah, you are. 9 months, baby. Twitch baby, tier 1, Rogers sub. Hello, Rogers. What's up, Rogers? Rogers, you excited for Doctor Strange, Multiverse, and the Multiverse of Madness? Do you think they're going to make Wanda? Do you think they're going to make Wanda the bad guy? Evans was Dracula in 2000 in the movie about Wonder Woman's... Oh, right. Bruce and the Cutlass. Hey, Lurky. Campbell definitely has a cameo. He posted from set. Fuck yeah. Love it. We were talking about this the other day. Wanda behaved like a villain. 100%. Wanda behaved like a supervillain. She took an entire town hostage against their will for weeks, and a lot of them were in excruciating, unbearable pain. And they went out of their way to show us this. Especially those who were on the outskirts of town. Kind of like at the end, kind of like the very edge of like a video game where things aren't fully rendered, you know? Like where you're clipping through walls and stuff because, you know, the video game, you know, like there's a glitch or whatever, you know, like there's not enough CPU, there's not enough graphic processing to like complete the very edges of the map. Everything's all pixelated. That was like, yeah, her magical juice didn't extend to the furthest reaches of the town. So if you were stuck out there, you were basically like a living mannequin. You were just frozen in fucking place. Like a zombie for who knows how long. It was a nightmare. And then, yeah, does she answer for her crimes? Does she get punished for her crimes? No. They just let her leave. They were manifesting in her pain. I mean, yeah, it could be. I think this will be her redemption. But there could be a Wanda House of N variant. Ooh, right. We're dealing with a multiverse of madness. So there might be multiple Wandas. You know what? This piece actually came out nice. It's kind of hard for you guys to see because the colors in this are dull, dude. I mean, look at my hand. My hand, I look like a zombie. Look at the hand in the camera versus the hand versus like this versus my hand here. Hand here, hand in the camera. You see that? I've calibrated this camera to look better with black and white stuff. So, here you go. See? You see how that's like spot fucking on? Like that's like the red is a little bit off. The red actually is closer to the one in the camera here. But when it comes to color, no matter what I do to tweak colored images, they always look wonky. Either too saturated or like this one. This one actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is this one is closer to it. This, for some fucking weird reason, this one's a little bit closer to the image. But when I pull up this purple, it's immediately dull. It's dull as hell. So, do you think the Illuminati is putting her on trial? Oh, because we saw... Oh, my God. You know what, dude? I completely forgot. We hear Professor X's voice. I completely forgot we hear Professor X's voice. In the trailer. I really dig those background colors. These right here, these freaky ones, this like kind of like acid wash 1980s kind of vibe. All right, I gotta leave. It's getting kind of late. Says Stelio. Stelio, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Appreciate the chat. You're more than welcome to come by and talk about comic books, movies, TV, video games, manga, or just art in general. As is anybody hanging out from Bernard's stream. I'm very gracious and lucky to have y'all. I think that's them on the dais in silhouette. I mean, if you were going to introduce the Illuminati to the MCU, and we're talking, well, the Illuminati has got a few different forms, but the one I know is who is it? Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, Professor X, Namor, Black Panther, and it's usually the Inhuman King, fucking Mr. No Speak. What the fuck is that dickhead's name? Tuning Fork Head. Black Bolt. Black Bolt. See ya. I hope the stream goes well. Thank you, Stelio. Your Batman voice reminded me I finally saw the movie last weekend. And what'd you think, Rogers? That's where the Tom Cruise Stark fits in. Ooh, Illuminati Stark. Remember, there are some really shitty, awful versions of Tony Stark. There's the booze bag Tony. Most recently, there's Superior Iron Man, where he fucking lost his mind and decided to become a complete fucking totalitarian style fascist that was literally gene modifying people. And the conspiracy there's a yeah, conspiracy there's. Tuning Fork Head works too. And Krasinski as Reed Richards. I would, dude, John Krasinski and Amelia Blunt, his wife, or Emily Blunt, Emily Blunt, as Reed Richards and Sue Storm. I would fucking love that. I know it's like a major fan cast, but I think it would fucking work, dude. And the fact that they were married and like love each other in real life too, I think that would translate. Look at that, dude. Have you guys ever watched The Quiet Place? Quiet Place 1 and 2? Those movies hold up, man. Again, he's on, spoiler alert, he's dead in A Quiet Place 2. But their relationship, dude, it's fucking tangible on, there's a true chemistry between the two on set. Dude, the Batman soundtrack is one of the best Batman scores of all time. Like, it's up there with Tim Burton. It's up there with, the lady that scored the animated series. It's up there with Hans Zimmer. Like, I would put this score up with the best ones. It's like, it's triumphant, it's heartbreaking. It's so rich. You hear it, and you've got in one sense you have the terrorizing aspect of him, the character of Batman. On the other, you have the heartbreaking, gut-wrenching side that is Batman also. They spent too much time on the Thomas Wayne stuff. My son loved the soundtrack. Thomas Wayne, man. You know, they dealt with Thomas Wayne a bunch in Joker. Remember, Thomas Wayne is almost the antagonist of the film and the Joker. Thomas Wayne, now that's a character who most recently in the Snyderverse on film, Thomas Wayne, prior to the Batman, Matt Reeves' The Batman, and prior to Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, the Thomas Wayne that we got was, oh, what the fuck is that guy's name? Negan from The Walking Dead. Sam Dean Winchester's dad, Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Jeffrey Dean Morgan played Thomas Wayne as Ben Affleck's Batman's dad. And the reason why he cast Jeffrey Dean Morgan specifically to play Bruce Wayne's dad, and rather than just a regular no-name actor, is because Zack Snyder had plans to do Flashpoint and to have Jeffrey Dean Morgan as the broken, vengeful, badass Thomas Wayne Batman, who uses handguns and does kill people and is a drunken bum, hell-bent on killing criminals. I would love the long Halloween in this world, but the plot is too similar to what they did. Oh, yeah. Especially with the Riddler and all that. You know what would look... Yo, you know what would work... you know what would work well? Hush. Hush in this world, I think, would do very well. Now, someone mentioned a villain that they thought would be fun in the Batman universe. And they mentioned, talked about before, they mentioned Clayface in this world. And they said it would be, I forget who, I wish I could credit the idea. They said it was a bit of a stretch, but this world is a bit more fantastical than Christopher Nolan's Batman. And I would agree. There is something a little bit more, in my opinion, watching the film, there's something a little bit more, I don't want to say cartoony, but there is a certain, like, you know, like the way the blacks in the film are like a endless abyss, right? There's something a little bit more hyper-realistic / surrealistic about this Gotham City versus Christopher Nolan's Gotham City. Christopher Nolan's Gotham City felt like it all felt like a real world. Christopher Nolan like specifically made it so that Batman, his armor, his utility gear, his car was a tank. Like, he tried to make it as grounded in reality as humanly possible, Batman. So I wouldn't, obviously, in Christopher Nolan's Batman, you wouldn't see a Clayface, but I would argue that it's more feasible in Matt Reeves' Batman, something more fantastic like that. Hush was teased. Hush was Hush teased? Did I miss that? How was he teased? Remind me, please. Jeffrey Dean Morgan would slay that role. Oh no, Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Thomas Wayne is a perfect fit. That would have been a cool one. I just watched the animated Flashpoint about Thomas Wayne Batman. Dude, the animated Flashpoint, the end of that one always gets me misty-eyed, man. When Flash delivers that letter to Bruce, phew. And you cannot convince me that Batman didn't use a version of Bane's venom at the end. It had to be, right? A lot of people were speculating that it was, because wasn't it green too? Also, did you guys watch the deleted Joker scene? They cut it from the movie. It's about 5 minutes. This Joker is you could see how he's influenced by some of the excellent work done by Heath Ledger and Joaquin Phoenix, but it's his own take, and it holds up, at least in the 5-minute scene. It's fucking creepy. And it's a different version of the Joker that like, at least in appearance. In appearance, he's fucking like grotesque to look at. Like, his face is mutated almost. The bright green and the rage it's in him too, that wasn't adrenaline. I forget if it was on a newspaper or a news report, but the word hush appeared in large letters. Ooh. That Joker scene was good. I'm glad they cut it. It didn't belong in the film. No, I think somebody brought this up, and they mentioned how if that Joker scene had been in the movie, it would have been completely distracting for the rest of the movie. And I think that's right. I think because that's what you see the Joker, for the most part, at least for me, you see the Joker, and my head goes right to the greats, right? Jack Nicholson, Joaquin Phoenix, Heath Ledger. You know, you start thinking, even Mark Hamill. You start thinking of some of the best performances of the Joker and how riveting and compelling. People are like, it's been done so many times. We're all Jokered out. But the thing is about the Joker, man, it's like Batman himself. So long as it's good, there's no such thing as overdone. As long as it's unique and compelling and well written and well executed. There's like Jello, baby. There's always room for the Joker. But I think it would have done a disservice to the film because you hear the Joker's voice and his laugh, and you're gonna be thinking about that, dude. Like I know for me, because the Joker is so fucking compelling, it's gonna distract you from, because it's like you're gonna think, yeah, fuck the Riddler. For me, anyway. Like, don't get me wrong. I think Paul Dano did an amazing job as the Riddler. I loved his performance. It was over the top. It was subtle in ways and creepy in other ways. Really, really well done. An excellent Riddler. He felt both vulnerable and broken and lethal at the same time. He's exactly the way you'd imagine the Riddler to be, as far as his intellect. So many steps ahead. So many steps ahead, even of the Batman. Even because that's the Riddler's strongest weapon, is his sheer intellect. And I like that they made his weakness and this would track, I'd imagine, for a person of that kind of genius. They made his weakness almost his social skills, as if he was on the spectrum, which he probably is. And you know what? Honestly, if the Joker was in real life, that wouldn't be much of a stretch. But if you include the Joker in that, it's just everybody's gonna be thinking about the Joker. Everybody's gonna be thinking about the Joker versus Batman, and it would totally have undercut what the Riddler was doing and what Paul Dano was doing. I think the biggest problems in the first Suicide Squad was splitting the narrative behind Joker. He should have just been teased. This Riddler was the best Riddler ever, hands down, especially able to be 2 steps of a 2-year-old Batman, of course. Yeah, no, the Riddler felt like a true threat to Batman in the city, and it wasn't due to his strength. Yeah, quite the opposite, as it should be. And I love that we finally got to see a detective Batman. It's what the majority of us had been hoping to see for a very long time. A Batman who doesn't just show up and start punching. I mean, he does when he has to, and that's obviously a part of the character. But this Batman that was like, he was both new and a novice in some ways, but also a detective. You know, I mean, dude, we got to see him walk through a fucking crime scene and break down clues and try to decipher what the Riddler was up to. And it felt like you were watching the movie Seven almost. Nikki Jesus. Nikki G's nuts. Oh, Nikki. Slick Nikki. Okay. Guys, I'm taking off. I gotta pee. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've been on 4.5 hours. I've been standing up for 4.5 hours. My dogs are barking. I did sketch this little lady here. This little lady, I believe she's Asian. This little Asian lady smoking a shiggy. with a acid wash jean background for reasons. Corey's been here this entire time. I bet Corey was jerking off when I was talking about Christianity. I bet Corey Kawa-chan was jerking off while I was talking about Jesus. I know he did. I know he did. I was talking about St. Paul, and he was beating his meat.
Ooh, look at his peepers. Corey's got eyes you could come
He was
on,
massaging the snake while I was talking about Jesus's apostles. He was doing it. Okay, bye. Bye, everybody. Bye, you perverts.